Gotta make sure I can hear myself. Alright. What? Huh? How? Why? No. What? Oh. What? No. Yes. Okay. Really? Okay. Alright. Oh shit, where's my phone? It's a good thing nobody's here / here. Let's see. Alright, give me a sec. I'm just setting things up. Making sure I have things ready. I could hear what's called my family's watching X-Men what's it called? X-Men Origins? Is that what it is? The one with I don't know, I haven't seen this one. And my sister's stuck in bed, just ignore her. It should be fine. Alright. I'm gonna be reading some creepypastas. Alright. Yo. Like to look like that. Alright. Just kind of weird, but alright. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Written by Peter Frost David. If you're armed and in the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot rippling through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as it sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a gunshot is, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 10:15 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assist in their side effects. Once it was a kidney drug a few times. It's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was for a psychoactive substance intending to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far had ever done anything for me in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a buzz or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up in the placebo group, but nothing I've tested has affected me at all. Today's drug was different. My God. Dude. Today's drug was different. That shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang on to it. Wait a second. Someone here. Or do I? Only about 30... They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out at the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped into the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of the Psychological Today. I was sitting on the coffee table, It wasn't calling me back after I finished the psychological today, so I picked up a US News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It's only 10:23 a.m. I had read all these 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking, this was gonna be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not like they were weak, they were just slow. It took me a minute just to stand up off the couch, another minute to take 2 steps into the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked up a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problem as my legs, just reaching one foot in front of me and grabbed the book. It took me a long time. I actually got bored just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slugged back at the couch and collapsed into the slow motion. Falling reminded me of the low-gravity hops and astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick slowly, and I began reading. I started to call me Ishmael and got far ahead throwing the pipe in the sea, which was all the way to frickin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the researcher assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems to be moving slow because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 times or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constant at the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person." She pantomimed a jogging motion. "But your brain is running much faster right now, that even your fast walking seems very slow to you." I thought about my slow motion flop into the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. With the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain got to a warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines and 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to move so slow it was boring. Frankly, waiting for each ball to move through the arc so I could catch it with my slow motion hands and tossed it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun, but very illuminating. Finished the 50-word search, 3 seconds. Solved an intricate maze drawn into the poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. Viewed the slideshow projection in 10 images per second and answered detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the Kotnop scale. Apparently, that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. When they sent me home, it'll wear off in a few hours, they said, which will seem like days to you, but try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was 3 metro stops in real time. It only took about 35 minutes, but the drug-accelerated hypertime felt like days. Days just walking out in the medical research suite in the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out the office, willing my legs to push me faster, but the laws of biomechanics led me to a prisoner as I accelerated the brain, as I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn and rotate my body. I had basically turned to a giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into a wall by the elevator button and pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger outstretch and hit the elevator button. Move way faster enough and I jam it against the wall hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at a regular speed, I probably would have hurt for 30 seconds or so, but the accelerated stain, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour. 45 minutes, maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 to 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look, but the interior of the elevator car. Elevator car? Who calls the elevator car? I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to get used to having my brain that ran 24 times faster than my body, when I basically danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people and the sidewalk and dodging moving cars, with inches, aka minutes of clearance. I spent an hour in time frame descending into the subway and running into the platform, endless tendium, waiting for 6 minutes for the red line train to arrive, although there was more to look into the metro platform, which than the outside elevator. It was still intensely boring. I should have stolen a copy of Moby Dick. The red line train roared onto a station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of the brakes was frequently shifted in a high-speed mind and long low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't like a squealing train station that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequencies in my ear. I did manage to hear the screaming baby of the subway car. Her shriek slowed as sound like a whale song. Sharp sounds like car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low. Muddled roars like distant thunder. Back in the research office, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on the fucking red line train, days listening to the whale song and screaming baby of tuba solo, and the brakes where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of the auto range. Smells couldn't seem to be affected. I never became nose blinded to the body odor and stench of the train brakes and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to the apartment, sprinted through the open doors and into the front hall at the full speed, like slow, reluctant drifts down Lazy River. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up a book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it, despite turning the page so swiftly that I tore many of them. It seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on turning the page, not quite reading. 3 minutes have passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My god, it takes long for the computers to boot these days, but it was so frustrating slow. Hours seemed to load each new page, and fractions of a second to read. 100 articles in the newsfeed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into a pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided trying to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, that part of being accelerated to hyperspeeds, but the drug isn't the same as the parts of the governed sleep, despite being awake for what I perceived as days. My psychological brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather into the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes in reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien, the sensation of the pill that slashes of water. I used to swallow it, its slide in my throat was sickening. A lump of block, my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book, 10 minutes had passed. I read another, 18 minutes. Since I took the Advian, I threw the book across the room and disgusted in my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun in the air like a leaf blowing in the breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble. The only sound I had heard, it seemed like for hours. When drifted to the floor like a flip-flop swimming in the swimming pool, the force of gravity hadn't changed, but I took the pill, the law's physics were the same. It was like the perception of time had gone wacko. That meant I could use to speed things up and fall away, judging the effects of the drug, based on how long it took the book to drift on the floor. I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read the magazine, I turned to television, I clearly saw a frame of video. Like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned off the TV. I read some more, the first 2 books of Churchill, The History of English-Speaking People. Not exactly a light read, frankly I hate it. But given the hours of tedium it would have taken to go to get another book in the bookshelf, and sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better than that. Or at least worse. At least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Abium. I laid down the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed, I inhaled a long hour's process. Time passed, I exhaled for hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the office where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract the effects, or at least something that would knock me out until it wore off. I exited the apartment as fast as possible, taking hours of time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it was faster than the elevator if you run, although the lobby out the front door and into the streets, few things felt like a day long. At the office, sprinting down the street, dancing the heavy, weaving through pedestrians with what must have looked to them a superhuman dexterity, down the first flight of stairs into the metro, across the landing. Another hour, then the second flight of stairs, and the avian hit me. The avian didn't make me sleepy, not at all. Instead, it made me have a severe cross reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion. It was still perceivable progress. Then wham, everything stopped. The dull roar of the streets and metro noise ceased, replacing the most silent, perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downward motion seemed to be completely freeze. Before the avian kicked in, my perception of time, maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the avian took effect, the time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even like moving my eyes to focus the new point, like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump with my mind, ran hundreds of times faster in my body, but for another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the IBM, body control was almost impossible. I fell down the stairs even though I was but frozen mid-step. Controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot towards for hours, then backwards for hours, more what it seemed like I would misstep. Hours attempted to adjust the angle of my ankle and readjusting them when I felt wrong. Despite those efforts, I rolled my ankle in the next step. The pain wasn't all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increased strain on the bent ankle. The nerve signals that sent pain to the brain must have worked differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until the impressible pain flooded through my brain, undiluted by the change of the perception of time. Hours and hours increased, weighed and turned ankles, turned into the hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high speed mind, completely unable to control the low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed my right shoulder, and first I impacted wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as I came down to contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain and hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of the socket with the endless tickling tug. I came to stop days later, crumbling down the ground, staring at the ceiling, the pain of my shoulder still screaming in the intense fire of the fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during the fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then even a minute in real time would feel like years. If it would drug cleared out to the system with the next 2 or 3 hours, the nightmares would seem like centuries. By the time it hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get the platform and throw myself in front of the train. I twisted in my hands and knees, dazed of my dislocated shoulder, crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower as grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized my hands and knees as if getting for 4 was difficult. I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb look on the faces of the crowd lingered for weeks. I crawled onto the unturnstile into the escalator. The escalator spilled and rushed our crowds of platform, insane speed of glacier spills of ice and sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during the inimitable downride. The train status sign said the next train would arrive in 20 minutes. 20 minutes would feel like a year to me. I had spent the year in the metro platform waiting to die. I crawled off the elevator, enduring days of stupid expressions of the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain of my shoulders. Then my problem with time grew worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown of the stairs would just be the beginning of the interaction between experimental drug and the avian. I fully hit me when I curled up to the bench and blinked. The years of darkness followed. Sound that was already gone had, with my blink, light was also gone as well. With the existed pain to my fault, my hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns of faces and colors came to me in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined another living. I forgot English. I lit into the profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I all did it again and again. My eyes opened in geological slowness. A small faint glow, weeks of slight lights. Weeks narrow view, metro platform, ankles of commuter. Near me, advertisements on the opposite wall. I extracted the phone from my pocket, a project of spans decades. How can I even explain the boredom and the pain of my shoulders? It's nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I've thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense, it's tangible. It's like a solid object of metal and stone wedged in my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl into the fallen tracks without the incoming train to crush me and I won't die. I'll experience more pain for the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder at the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in the scenario will be endless, so I'll wait for the train, so I'll throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I'll experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries until I finally, the light of life, leaves my brain and experience the end. I've lived hundreds of lifespans in the foot of the bench. I am far older in spirit than any human who has ever lived. Most of life experience have been snapshots of a pain hurtled in the floor of subway platform with unchanged views of ankles and advertisements. The post of Plan B, my Hail Mary. My long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hopes that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on the platform now. Someone who must find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawls under the escalator to kill him. And swiftly as possible, the bullets of the temple. Your arms and its Glenmont Metro. Please shoot me. And that was the story of If You're Armed in the Glenmont Metro, Please Shoot Me. I don't know why, but it reminded me of the SAO, the Alice arc, where Kirito stays in the Alice and stays there for centuries, even though it's only been like a couple minutes, but his mind was like broken because like he's been there for like centuries, like millennias, and like he just like lived and like, but he had someone there with him, but like still, when he come back, he was like everything was a grog, so he just erased his memory as soon as he came back to the real world. That's what that reminds me of. Alright, on to the next story. A Shattered Life. Does it say by who? Written by Matt Dymersky. I don't know when you're gonna read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came to me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, where it's no trees, with the carpet closer. There was no grass, though the arc it leapt to me. There was no breeze of motion, there was no air at all. As it stuck, I felt a distant satisfaction, a claw plunging me. Somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never been felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine, and I wasn't bleeding. But I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that it was less. I was vaguely tired, and I was hard to focus at times. The solution, that it was early stage of ease. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, the subdued drain of my spirit became a loss of eddy and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say the life began that week. Actually, because it was when I met Mar, she is where I got along great. Though to be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It's almost as if the strong emotions of the first week made the entity fall back. It was still attached to me. The question is, it's still running. Yes, it is. Also, where are you? Scooby-Doo. I'm doing something now. Just checking. Just in case anything happens. I'm doing this. Alright. Am I? The first few incidents were minor, and I'd hardly worried about them. The color of the neighbor's car changed to dark blue-black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my hand, and shrugged off the difference. 2 days later at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured it was just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as it sounded, I was peeing in the bathroom at home, then suddenly found myself in a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down and urinating, but now in full view of dozens of people at the bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mars showed up that evening, but she had her own key. Hey, I asked her, confused. How'd you get a key? She laughed. You're cute. Are you okay with this? She opened the door and entered the room full of boxes. I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months. Living together? I believe just met you the week before. This thing was my mom had always called the smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap instead of causing a scene. I told her everything was fine and that I went straight to the room and began investigating. My things were just as I left it, no signs of 3-month gap in the habitation. But I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily. I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature would consume pieces of one's soul like that? I missed the most exciting part of a new relationship. I would never understand why any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something exceedingly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. The furious helped suppress the entity. I needed inhibited alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing but minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, and that sort, the layouts of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, and the kind of thing. Anyways, those changes reminded me of the creature still had the claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day I grew careless. I let myself get really into the seasonal finale of a favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story, right to the height of the action. A young boy came to me in my lounger and took my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get here?" He laughed and smiled brightly. "It's silly, Daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few unmasked questions, I discovered he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only did I miss the birth of my son, I would never see the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family. In that time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years staying contained. I was snowing outside, holding my son in my lap. I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. A kind life that was going to slip and concentrate would cost me years. I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priest wouldn't believe me, and I told him I had a health issue. And told me I had a health issue rather than some kind of possession. And the doctors didn't have a clue. Nothing showed up in my scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran into the out of options, I started to tell Mar. There was no way to know what all of this looked from her side. What wouldn't I liked? I wasn't there. Did I still take care of the son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly, I did. Because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something would have been missing from her life when I wasn't actually home, inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised at the settings of the table. "A fancier dinner, the second date?" I knew this was sweet on me. Thank the Lord, I knew to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone out about getting married and having a son, she might have run for the halls. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for a second date. Though carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating my whole portion of my life. The symptoms, I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. A creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years from my perspective. While the minor changes of policy or geography would happen daily, major shifts in mental location only happened every couple of months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened to make sure I would get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. And the farthest flung leap yet, I met a 6-year-old granddaughter. I asked him what he wanted when he grew up, and he said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. When I was back a month ago, my relationship with Mar and I had the best nights of her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best, knowing how special she was to become to me. I asked her to move in. I got her to live through, and I missed the first go around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would have always been there eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and she said, marveled at the great love, as if I had known her for a lifetime. I never once doubted she was the one. Now it's the first time I truly laughed and freely, wholeheartedly, since the entity had wounded me. She was right. was right about the love for her, but exactly the reason she'd consider a silly romantic analogy. I had known her whole life, and I had come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. I wasn't so bad at having sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead, but of course I wouldn't be writing this if I wasn't gotten worse. The entity is still with me. It's not wounded me in the parts like I wanted to believe. In the closet I described in my growing understanding, the creature was buried deeper into my psyche, fracturing into small pieces instead of months between major shifts. I began to have only weeks. Once I noticed the trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be jump between time of my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only at an instant of each time meant which would never be able to speak to anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. The true depth of the fear came upon me. I sat with the older version of me and watched the snow fall outside. There was the one constant in my life. The weather wouldn't care who I was or pan to my face. Nature was always there. This falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in place. The pure emotional peace that brought me, like a panacea on my mental wounds. And it would never yet shifted while watching the pattern fall white and thinking of times I've gone in sledding and built a snowman fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm. Grandpa? He started out with thoughts, and I was less careful than usual. Who are you? He half grinned, and if I'm not sure whether I was joking, handling a stack of papers, he asked, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?" Of course, wishing my dream of a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Trying to anyways. Alright, run off, I'll read this right now. The words were blurry and annoying. I looked for the glasses and I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year. But not before I read the book. I found the glasses into a sweater pocket and began leafing through. More put it in and out of the living room, still beautiful, and I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I had here. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults had a couple kids I didn't recognize stopping over the hallway, and I saw my son, now an adult, walk with his wife. And out the way of the door, as a group and extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story, and I called out to my grandson. He rushed down the stairs in the living room. How was it? Well, it's terrible, I told him truthfully, but it's terrible in the right reasons. You're still a young man, so the characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid. I paused. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story. He nodded. It's a reflection of time. Expectations on the future are dismay. Not hopeful, yet like they used to be. You're far too young to be aware of that, I told him. An idea occurred to me. If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures? Sure, I read everything I can. I love it. Wary, I scanned the entrance of the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. Hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well. You're serious? Yes. What the hell is this? He donned the determination look in the grown man accepting the quest. I'll look into it. See what I could find out. You should start writing down everything you experienced. Build up the data. Maybe you could map your psychic wound. Wow, sounds like a plan. I was surprised. And that made sense, and I didn't expect them to have a serious response. But how was I to sell the notes into a place? Let's come up with somewhere you could leave them, he said, frowning with thought. And I'll get them to trace with the path you've taken throughout your life. See if there's a pattern. For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. Hal was under the stairs. Nobody was under there. Sure, he turned out and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, I returned the box, laid it into the carpet, and opened it, revealing a burst of stack of papers. He explained, "Holy crap! But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap." Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. Did I write those? He looks at me and wonder. Yeah, or you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this. He gazed back down on the papers when he covered the box. So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That would get weird. That much I understood, right? He gulped. Then there was like 50 boxes in there, all filled up. Like deciphering them will take a very long time. His tone dropped to that seriousness. But I'll save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can. Tears flooded down my cheeks, then I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you so much. And I was young then, and I worked on a random Tuesday. Once in filled relief, I faded anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some papers and began writing, while weeks shifted around me. While those weeks became days and hours, I wrote down every single spare moment. And when I thought about it, I put them under stairs out of order. My first box was actually 13th, and my last box was the first. Once I'd over 50 boxes written in my perspective, and once my shifting became matters of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I wouldn't stand the river of changing awareness of my longer. My name and places of dates and jobs and colors of people were all different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man in his at least 30s that I vaguely recognized entered the room. Come on, I feel like I finally figured it out. It was so frail and moving with painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson? Yes. He took me to the room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large room, mirrors twice the height of man. The pattern finally revealed itself. How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expressions are both stone cold and fiercely resolute. It'll be worth it. He brought two of the thin metal rods across my arms and nodded at the mirror. Look, this shock is carefully calibrated. The electric zap in the device was starting, but not painful. It was minor. In the mirror, he saw rapid arcing lights. Silhouette appears right in the head, shoulders. Electricity moved through the creature of the waves, a brief revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech like in my mouth and wrapped into my back of my head, coming down my eyebrows, touching my ears. A slug-like body ran across my shoulders, the very soul. It was a parasite. It was feeding on my mind. Now my adult grandson held my hand and took in the horror. After a moment, he asked, removing it. Going hurts very badly. Are you up for this? Fearful, I asked. Is Mar here? His face softened. No, not for years now. I could tell from his reaction that what had happened, but I didn't want to be sure. Oh. We had this conversation a lot, he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better. Tears brimmed into my eyes when I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in this time. She's not alive. He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines of hook, several wires, dossiers, and other bits of technology in my limbs and forehead. While he talked, I worked for 2 decades to figure out. I had a ton of help from researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the list spawns of... Ooh, it looks like Ubuntu. What does this say? How to pronounce?
SS.
SS?
SS.
What? Alright. I need to hear better.
SS.
Sounds like it says SS. Is that what it says? Alright. And it feeds on the plexus of the mind, soul and quantum. Consciousness reality. Then details like names and colors and objects change. You weren't going crazy, the web of your existence was merely losing strands of a creature ate its way through you. I don't fully understand. I looked up in the confusion as he continued to circle the electronics like a crown in my head. The exact line of where the parasite's mound had ringed me. What's SS? He paused and worked and grew paler. I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me. After a deep breath, he began moving slowly and placed his fingers near the few stitches. Ready? This is carefully turned into a very nervous system, extremely unappetizing parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could see Mars smile, even though she was dead. I had been there for her moments ago. Do it. He clicked the switch and echoed my ears. I was almost laughing at how mild the electric shock was, but it didn't really feel like anything, at least at first. When I saw the mirror shaking, and my body with it, the image convulsed. Oh, no, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. And my vision shook, fire burns, in every nerve of my body. I could see the reflection, tremble, light silhouettes of the parasite in my head, as it ringed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 claws, lizard-like limbs under the leech-like body. It would cut onto me until I attempted to stay latched on. Electricity made the memories flare. Mars Smiles was foremost, lit bright in front of the warm fire, and the snow fell past the windows near behind her. The edges of the memory began lighting up as I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness that was been fragmented by the feast and evil of my back. It never managed to be there, but in the birth of my son. I jumped back in a dozen times, but I've never actually lived it. For the first time, I'd gotten hold of Mars' hands and be there for her. No, that moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand the day in the hospital bed. For the first different reasons. Not this. God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I've seen it all, good parts, but I want to wear the worst parts, the inevitable end. It would be the one-day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy that gave me back 1,000-fold of pain. The fire in my body had burned. My brain surged and seared in white torture as I screamed. My scream faded in surprise, shouting the machines of electricity chair faded away. Snow no longer fading around my life. I was out in the woods, bright summer day. Oh God! I turned out to the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank of reality. I crept forward. It was like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood abstauned and being young again. I fled from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made an unappetizing meal, so the prisoner's mind and soul had moved on in search for a different snack. I'd returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there, processing all that had happened, the phone rang. It looked as in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason. She had admitted 30 years now, and was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in the hospital dead, dying. It was going to end in an unspeakable pain and loneliness. I was to become old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house. This soulmate was long gone before him. At the end of all, it was the only thing I have left, sitting and watching the snow fall. But now, thanks to the grandson, I would have all my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who is this?" Even though I already knew. Author's note. Together with my grandson and I would get set up. I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly. Together my grandfather and I set up to write the tale of his life, and we were never able to finish. He was still alive, but I imagined that mentally he was in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back to his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile, and he sat looking out the window. Oh damn. That was harsh. That was The Shattered Life by Matt Damisky. Oh, he also wrote Psychosis, one of the best horror. Oh my gosh. A Father Punished Me When I Talk to Ghosts. Written by Edwin Crowley. I'd been blind since birth. As I grew up, everything was described to me as such as a vivid detail that I didn't even realize why it was important to see, especially having no reference points to compare it. We lived in a single-floor ranch house. You know what? I'm just gonna disappear for a bit because I need to take a pic. I wonder how it looks like to all people. Absolutely nothing. Too bad. Alright, I'm just gonna take a little eating. I'm gonna be eating. I have some tea. Some rice made from cauliflower. And some, I don't know what type. I think this is beef. With sesame, oil and sesame seeds on it. Some, what is it? I think this is celery, or what is this? Okay, I know this is celery, but what the hell is this? Is this green onion? Oh, it's green onions. Okay. Let me take a taste of this tea. Chamomile tea with some honey. Let me take a. Oh yeah, that's some good food. Home cooked. Alright, back to reading. I've been blind since birth. As I grew up, everything. Alright, I'll just go back to where I was. There's no point to compare it to. We had lived in a single-floor ranch house. That was my father told me. In my mind, of course, I could see, although unlike how sighted people could, I had spatial awareness. I knew then where my bedroom was, where my bathroom, living room, and kitchen were. Each wall had its own texture. I don't know if it was done on purpose or if I could feel things others never noticed. I rarely fell over. Only if father or one of the visitors put something somewhere I shouldn't have. It was usually the visitors, and father would shout. They usually visited infrequently, and only briefly. When they did, father said I couldn't speak to them, and that it unsettled him. We'd worry when I saw something he didn't. Saw it with my ears or by touch. Ellie was the first. She seemed very sweet. She asked me my name and why my face was so messed up. She was in the living room. I could hear her, where she sat, from her breaths. Harsh nasal sounds of her nose blocked, and the father had a cold. He'd always breathed through his mouth, big labored breaths, and wasn't used to it. Some people mentioned my face, and I wasn't touched. I always touched it, trying to work out why it was so strange to them. When I asked if I could touch theirs, they would always pause. I guess sighted people never did that. Why would they need to? When I asked Ellie if I could touch her face, she reluctantly agreed, but moments later, father entered the room and asked me who I was speaking to. I told him nobody. He would always punish me when I spoke to them. I think it scared him. He'd take my arm and march me off. I'd be knocked off balance and disordered to a point where, when he finally set me down, my hands would frantically search my surroundings until I knew where I was. I was usually in my bedroom, though every now and then he'd leave me outside in the middle of nowhere. That was the worst. I'd be lost and scared. He told me about the road it ran in front of my house and explained that the sounds I hear were cars that would kill me if they touched me. The sounds were only meant to recognize my surroundings. I waited until I heard one, and then I knew which way to turn back to the house. I heard Ellie this evening. She whispered to me, saying she was scared. I whispered back, but she didn't hear me. I asked father about Ellie. He didn't want to talk to her about her. I asked him why. He didn't reply. But when I told him that she asked about my face, he asked me how I responded. I told him I wanted to touch hers. He laughed, though I knew he wasn't happy. I could hear the difference when he laughed for pressure. His mouth wide open. When you pretend your mouth is almost closed. To me, the difference is obvious. It wasn't until I was older that he explained. He said he lived in a special place connected to the other world, that sometimes dead people slip through, people who died in pain and want to reach the living. He explained that because I couldn't see, I was able to attune to that I was listening when others weren't. He said I had to ignore it, otherwise, he told me, they'd latch on and never leave me. All in the dead want to be alive again, he said. It was dangerous, and they would trick me. He said he knew how to deal with them, but he wouldn't help if he became attached to me. Alex appeared to me a few days later. She told me she lost and didn't know where she was. I told her I wasn't allowed to speak to her. Still, she pleaded for help. I kept quiet, knowing what would happen if I said anything. Did you speak to them? Father asked. Though I was upset, I told him, no, I wished I could help her. I wished what it was like to be lost. It would scare me. Alex didn't whisper to me at all. I'd ignore her, and she ignored me. Father saved me, and I was thankful. After Alex, I knew what I needed to do, so I did it. The spirit stopped bothering me after that, and after very long, that's until Sarah appeared. Sarah didn't give me a chance to be quiet. I was on my own, sitting in the living room and listening to the television. Help, she asked. I need to find a way out, I stayed quiet. You can hear me, can't you? She asked, surprised. Not allowed to speak to you, I told her. Please, she begged. I'm scared, I'm lost. I want to see my daddy. I gripped my arms of my chair and I told her I wasn't allowed. He's dead, she said. I didn't answer. Your father is dead, she said again. I wasn't gonna fall for it. I heard banging from around the room as things began to fly and the shelves began to shake. Stop it, I shout, and it did. Please help me leave, she said. I wasn't gonna talk to her. I did. The only thing I could thought would help. I unlocked the front door, hoping she'd run out and get lost. Just like I would. When I heard that from her no more, I locked the door and sat back down. I listened intently for signs of still being there, except the sounds of the TV. It was silent. I hated my heart raced. I became all too aware of the tick-tock feeling of the rise and fall within my heart chest. It was going to explode when I heard my father's voice. I screamed, Son, he said, need your help. I think I'm dying. I did what he told me to do. I didn't speak. We did die. He'd never let me leave. Instead, I jumped out of the open air and shouted for help. I shouted until my voice was hoarse. I heard the sound of cars racing down the road. I shouted until I heard someone respond. It was a woman. What's wrong? They asked. I told them I think my father was dying. They asked what had happened to my face. I prayed to them and helped me, and they promised that they would. I sat down to the grass and waited. Sometime later, the woman returned to me and asked if she would hold my hand. I'm so sorry, she told me. I heard the sounds of a siren, the people rushing. I asked, what's going on? The woman said, and she was there for me. The noise died down, and the woman asked me a question. I'm a paramedic, she said. What happened to your face? I told him I was fine. He asked if I was sure. I told him I was fine. He asked if I mind touching his face. He said it was okay. A month later, I felt the pressure release from around my forehead. The air felt cold against my skin. It surrounded the pale orange. I imagined that my head was where it exposed my insides. I screamed and asked what he was doing. He told me everything was going to be okay, and the woman squeezed my hand, telling me to be brave. I didn't know what I was experiencing. I felt like pain in my head, like what you smash your shin against the hard followed something since then was bright. It hurt so much I began to cry. What's happening? What's happened to your eyes? The paramedic asked. I said I was blind. He asked to check them. The pain returned and he examined them. Do you know him? The man asked the woman who had helped me. The woman told him that I had been screaming for help and that she had come to my aid, but she had never met me before. How long have you had your eye injury? He asked me. I told him that I've been blind since birth. He asked me if I could see his fingers. I told him no, he asked. If I could open my eyes, I said I didn't know what it meant. He asked if you could open them for me. I didn't respond, and I felt his finger on my face. Fingers covering rubbery suddenly became bright. Again, I screamed. He tried to calm me. The woman squeezed my hand again. I didn't know what was happening. Things I couldn't describe came to me. It was like it was multiplied 100-fold. It was more real, and I carried screaming. Fuzz came to my view. Just breathe, okay? The paramedic said. Everything will be fine. And when the last time you saw him, was my heart began to calm and breathe slowly. I became distracted and I was experiencing overwhelmed me. I wanted to cry and I did. How long has it been? He asked again. I had never seen anything before, I told him. I was told to keep an eye mask for almost a day, only taking it off at night at first to allow my eyes time to adjust. At the same time, I was placed in custody of my aunts and uncle, and didn't even know at first. They were shocked at what happened to me and that I had never attended school. The past few years had been a roller coaster ride. The doctor said I had never had a perfect vision. I may have never had perfect vision though. I was little, I had a godsend, and I take what I get. I'd only recently been learned to read and write, or I apologize if my English isn't the greatest. It's the best I can do. I've been asking my aunts what happened to my father, but all she says is that he died of a heart attack. I asked what sort of man he was, and she says that he was her brother, and she'd love him no matter what. My uncle doesn't want to talk about him at home. I've been using the computer a lot recently, and really enjoying the internet. And I can't believe such things existed. After being so lonely for so long, I can talk to whoever I want, when I want. No, I'm worried of that. After all, how do I know if I'm speaking to is alive? No one seems to share my father's concerns about that. Today I was in the forum discussing the spirit world. I was so happy to find people who I could relate to, and someone curious about the username sent me a link in an article of a true crimes website. It was about my father and mentioned me by name. They asked me who I was, and then if I was the same person. According to the article, my mother had gone missing soon after my birth. It said that I'd been bound so that I couldn't see, and my father always wanted a daughter. They found 14 bodies in the basement. They said that one got away, a girl by the name of Sarah Frank. She was the one that called the police. They found Frank's car parked around the back of the house. They suppose he carried his victims into the basement via the storm entrance and left there. Sarah had managed to get away after he agreed to be his daughter. Following 4 days of sustained torture, she stabbed him with a knife he placed on her core and buttered some toast. I didn't want to believe it, and I'm not sure I could have. If it weren't for the names of the victims had two, which stuck. Ellie Farmer, Alex Riddle. I'd spoken to them both in the living room. Today, I wonder if my father had been honest to me about a single thing of his life. Although, it's all one question remains above all others. Did I speak with Ellie and Alex before or after he killed them? And that was My Father Punished Me When I Talked to Ghosts by Edwin Colley. Alright, the next story is Distorting Warning Signals by Alice Rose Wellman. When I got the first one, I was literally seconds away from stepping into the plane. When I called from an unknown blared in cell phone, I was ringtone I hadn't heard before. One I was pretty sure I hadn't come from the phone. Normally I wouldn't stop to answer it, but I was expecting a call from a job I'd interviewed for the previous week. I took a deep breath and accepted the call. Hello? Do not get on the plane. A woman's voice gargled and strange, and her voice cords had been shredded. She was trying desperately to choke out a speech despite the unnerving, fractured quality of her voice. Her tone was incisive and eerie calm, and the call ended. I froze. I'd always had a slight phobia of air travel, and something about that call just... there's no way. I was about to go to a 7-hour flight now. I turned around and headed towards the food court. I'd just get towards the flight later in the afternoon, I figured. I watched from the airport Starbucks 3 hours later at every TV in the terminal lit up with the crash footage of the plane that should have been on. No survivors. No survivors. Not a single one. I tried to trace the call. So did the police. There was nothing to trace. There was no evidence my phone had ever received a call around that time. They analyzed the phone records, incoming and outgoing communication on my phone. Nothing. I wasn't making it up. I couldn't have been. That wasn't the only call throughout the year. They had a few far in between, but always right. And I always listen. Do not go to that blind date tonight. 5 months later, my would-be date was convicted for killing 4 women, all with the hair color and build. Found them in the shallow grave about 250 feet from the diner he offered to take me to. Do not drive to the concert tonight. 18-wheeler lost control, plowed the line of cars, every driver crushed, every driver killed, in the stretch of freeway. I would have given driving down. No matter if I got a new phone, if I moved across the country, the calls would still come. I would almost feel the presence of whatever it was, whatever it is, watching over me. I imagined from the being at the bottom of freezing ocean, still strapped in my couch section, playing seats, or being in the massive grave across the diner, or watching the 18-wheeler sitting across the car, knowing death was imminent. And if I get the tightness in my chest, I'd think about how that line was, how close I'd gotten. If it wasn't had a job interview, if I was waiting in the back, hear back from, if I had never listened to the first call, and that would have been it for me. I always felt like something was coming for me, but there was always this fractured, warped voice with these calls that never seemed to exist after I heard them. Self-destructing warning signals rotting away before my eyes. I was alive. I had a bad feeling about this cruise. I had planned it as a girls' week out and some old friends from college. I was looking forward to the week in the tropics of the dead of winter, but part of me always sensed that the call was coming. Maybe I watched Titanic one too many times, but there was a little nagging fear in my start. I hoped it would be fine, but I knew if something was going to happen, I'd get a call. I'd know. Now, a week before I set to go the cruise, I stepped into my apartment after returning the diner with a friend. I noticed a cell phone message from a known they'd never had left a message for, but I checked all night. Damn it. I'd really wanted to go to the cruise too. Oh well, not worth whatever horror fate awaited me from the cold ocean. I clicked play message and felt the stomach drop as a little voice, sounding horrific, distorted, as it animated throat-slashing ribbons, crackling urgency. I took her apartment to the voice, repeat the same phrase over and over. Do not come home to dinner tonight. Do not come home to dinner tonight. Do not come home to dinner tonight. Oh, damn. The one time he should have went to the cruise. And they didn't, and they just went and they died. Okay. Creepypasta presents He Who Wanders, written by Simon Simeon. Alright, let me take a bite of my food as I need to get some nom-noms. Most delicious. Did someone say Sean Connery? I take a sip of this good old chamomile tea. I miss the scorching winds of Andalusia. How it pours sunlight into your face, toying with eyelashes, flattening dry sands against the cheeks of milling around hair. I miss the smell of the veiling and that ripening softness of muskrat. Fluff glistened in the afternoon breeze. From up there, I can see the house where I grew up. I see the white chapels tucked into the grape orchards and like ponds scattered in the chessboard. I can see patches of asphalt under jardinero. Jardinito. Oh my god, I can't even read my own language and I can't read it. How dare I? Alright. Where was I? I know I was in Jardinito Road, hailing from the old town through the dappling rocks, then wandering behind the horizon with erratic headlights of beat-off trucks cruising along. One of the pit stops along El Jardinito. Ed Jardinito. Or trucks and drivers stop and relieve himself. Marks the standing point of the wave trail, all covered in blotches of spiny grass, stalks in the flaxen sand. The trails are barely noticeable at first. Truth is, no one ever cares about it. Why would truckers take in a blitzly care to check on the mucky trail leading to God knows where? But I do. This is how I got up here. On the top of the hill, where I'm standing now, I've climbed all the way here, so I could finally end it all. All these years of vacancy and futile exile and fear. This is where it's going to come to an end. But for now, I'm enjoying the view of the valley unfolding below. I'm slipping the air of what could be my final moments. He was shown up soon. He was always does, like Shadow. He'd been following me right to my footsteps, always there, behind me. And there he is. His limping finger appears behind the sharp bends off of El Jardinito. He looks up and sees me, and then for a moment to catch his breath and leans to his cane as to assess the remaining trajectories for his final stretch. He assumes his walk, or should I say, resumes his agonizing trudging. Years of endless chase took a toll on his body. No wonder how long has he been chasing me? 10, 20, 30 years? He's slow, methodically slow, but for once, I will not run. I will wait right here behind the rock. I will finally come to face with him. His sharp Swiss knife blade. I'm holding my knife. My hand. I will soon lance right up to his neck bone. Yes, that is what I'm gonna do. This ends here. At the end, dead end the sandy trail atop the hill, overlooking the valley, with its white shambles and muskrat orchards. Funny, after all these years, I still don't know the real name of my chaser. I've always called him the Master Boris called him, he who wanders. Borges. Let's see how to pronounce this. I guess there's no pronunciation. Funny. He who wanders, listen, I will kill you. Borges, the Borges. I idolized him when I was in college. Many did, and I was different. It was 1961. I was an average lazy learner at the Universidad Laboral de Cordoba. Damn, my Spanish is so rusty, like you don't even know, man. I'm floating around from the semester to another with barely passable grades. I had very few friends and almost no interest. One had to say I had an early form of identity crisis. Besides chugging anisado, my only other passion was literature, Latin American literature, Borges, and Neruda. Were the forefront. One would only imagine my excitement when I saw a pamphlet hanging on the wall of the literature facility. Spaces were limited, but who cared? I was the man himself. It was the man himself, George Luis Borges, coming to give us a lecture, following by an open pallor of questions. Like a maniac, I rushed into the auditorium hours before the lecture. I was the first in line, and the doors opened. I got to the front row seats. The auditorium was packed with drooling chins, a young self-proclaimed prodigies awaiting to arrive with the great one. And he was the blind lord of literature, walking upright on the stage with a cane and a loyal assistant right by his side, standing ovation. He nodded and made "Thank you, please be seated" gesture. Then he began. The lecture was dedicated to Spanish writers. I cannot distinguishingly recall if it was Cervantes or De Vega. It truly was no difference. Somehow I managed to sit through the entire lecture, which lasted over 3 hours, and remembered nothing. He talked slowly and methodically, pouring honey into our ears like Segovia's guitar, and his absent eyesight affixed to the ceiling, and it would happen something was caught me by completely off guard. Before closing the day, Borges was about to take questions from the audience. Of course, I raised my hand, and so did the hundreds of students. One of Borges' assistants whispered something to his ears that made him smile. It was an honor for me to be in front of the audience of young people, but our time is not infinite, he said, with blind eyes still pinned far corner of the hall. For the reason, I will randomly click questions from 5 of you. I've never won a prize of lotteries in my life. When I played poker or blackjack, I lost far more than I won. I knew my limitations, and I turned onto average. Apathetic person. Rarely trying to outdo oneself, and so I said it while a little ambition. I got used to that. Until a moment when I saw Borges point a picture in my direction, it came nothing but short of shock. Me? ASMR. Yes, young man. The Senor Borges speak to you. Step forward and introduce yourself, said his assistant. I did not know what he asked, so I quietly mumbled my full name. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Borges shifted his gray-shifted pupils in my direction as if reacting to a sudden buzz and fruit fly. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Navarro. Hadn't I met you once before, young man? He asked. No, Senor Borges. I've never had the honor. But you will. You will meet me again, Senor Navarro. You and I will meet again. But for now, what is your question? The rest of the day was foggy. I didn't even remember the question I asked. It must have been about him winning the Prix International. Not sure, but maybe not important. No, not important at all. The greatest writer in the history of all mankind called me by name. And that bizarre, unreal thing he said about us meet again. When? Take another bite. And my dad's just copying off the storm in the background. I see a lot of rice and food. I have whole cups worth of food. There's a cricket somewhere inside this house, inside this room. I don't know where it is, but it creeps me out. I've like swatted it twice, and it doesn't die. 9 years later, in 1970, and I was a somewhat promising journalist in one of the London's somewhat scandalous tabloid newspapers. Every week, my name was featured on the second page alongside celebrities, chronicles, and vile rumors. Alright, enough the whispering. My paycheck was decent enough for a small studio flat by Manchester Square. After years of having been pent up in directionless studies, you could have said I became somewhat more than average, or at least that's what I believed. That day, it was early October, arguably the best season in London, began as usual. I ate my chick breakfast, consisted of 2 scrambled eggs, ham, toast, dark roast coffee at Barlymore Diner. It was ready to a pleasant walk at the office. It was shortly after 8 a.m., and I was in no hurry. My route was the same as it was every day. Past the square, turn to right to George Street, left turn on Thwire, another right in Marylebone. My thoughts this morning were all preoccupied with the pieces that I was working on, and I was slowly making my way through the square when something caught my eye, or rather someone. At first I did not pay attention to him, no more than I did anyone else that idled in my square that morning. Hippity rascals with sold hair playing guitars in the corner. There's a common theme around these days in London towns, and certainly no exception So I was another one of those misunderstood love proclaimed sitting right behind the gate, area of the square, stripped worn out jacket, heavy cap, sandals, clogs, and wooden socks sticking out. A happy hibbity bum, as anyone may have thought. I thought so, I thought, except the one thing that had made him my intestines churn. I didn't know what it was, but once I saw him, I felt an irresistible urge to instantly walk away and never see him again. It was like I was looking at a gloomy frown that made me think of the line of Oscar Wilde. That fellow got a swing. There certainly was something otherworldly about that fellow. His eyes that I've craved from rocks below, his forehead were mercilessly drilling thousands of tiny holes through me. I had to pace as I turned back one last time. I noticed him slowly walking towards me, and past the gates of the square, into the street, paying no attention to screeching tires and honking horns, walking right towards me. He's just a bum. No, he is not. Just another one of those unwashed hippies. No, run, run, run. George Street was empty like a post-war bombardment quarters. I could hear the brisk footsteps, or what was throbbing at the aorta against my chest was catching up. Run, don't be silly. Yes, run. For slowly, if you're trying to not get the chaser. Show your chaser that you're scared. No, not scared. More like in a hurry. Why am I running? I can take him out with a punch. But it really wasn't about that. It was my first experience with that feeling, which I can only describe as some sort of primordial sense of fear, panic, dread. An unexplained sense of looming doom arching above you, like a dark figure with the sight. I ran faster than my feet could move. As I turned the corner of Thayer, I paused and looked back, fearing to see him right behind, scrabbling the eggs, toast, dark roast coffee that were to make my back through my esophagus, wiping my sweat off my palms with my hands. I bent towards the projective position and I looked around, empty windows of George Streets and checking me and the toddler witness embarrassing of a cowardly act. Whoever that man was that insisted on me. Into the uncontrollable panic, it was now gone. Shame on you, Fernando Agustin. I repeated to myself while making futile attempts to enthrall palpitation to subside. Shame on you. I mumbled, repeating that word. Mumbled, turned to whistling the song of Magic Lantern. Shame, shame, I whispered. I whistled. Acting calm and self-composed, I sang without knowing the words, trying to convey in my mind something else I sang to the others. Without noticing me shaking, I climbed the stairs of building 3 at once. Third floor, the familiar smell of typography oils called me down. Save heaven, shame on you, Fernando Agustin Nevat. Even now, I question myself whether my journey to madness began on that day or was it underway for many years. Madness echoes resends the tide waves, and now it usually happens. Wow. I lost everyone. That's funny. It's called Laggy Dude. Alright. Someone sent a message or something happened. Oh my god, no. TikTok be TikTok. No. Just TikTok videos that are be like, hey yo, watch this. Alright, what was I reading? All I know is that an hour later I was laughing at my little moments of weakness. And preposterous and rubbish. My thick Andurhassin Twang spoke to me. The idea of being fully checked out to the specialist did not cross my mind. I immediately thought of Dr. Pato in Camel Town. He gave me a comfortable medical diagnosis like panic attack and prescribed with some white pills, I thought. Little did I know the day was rising in store. The never-ending script developments continued in more eerie fashion, and the boss marched in the desk and packed in printing paper. No, Navarro, you're not going to see Dr. Patel in Camel Town. You will make a judgment call on your insanity. Instead, you are going to go do an article on George Luis Bordes, a new book making his presentation today in London Public Library, and blah blah blah. I forgot about the panic attack. The thrill of seeing Master Bordes again. 9 years later was surreal. Moments later, I was sitting in the cab on my way to the London Public Library, scribbling all possible questions I would be asking him. El Informe de Bordes. Other books, forget it. Oh my god. That's good shit I make. You can't hear it, but there's a. Let me turn off the noise removal. Yeah, that's going on right now. While this is going on, I'm just gonna eat food. You can't see me. Tastes like barbecue chicken. I think it is barbecue chicken. Sad. I think it's the barbecue chicken that I turned down because I said, no, I don't want the barbecue chicken. And then they put it in pieces inside my rice and it's like, you eat this now. I guess that's what happened. I wonder when they're going to turn off the car. Oh yeah. Recently they tried to steal my dad's car. But you probably know that. It's like a really old car because we're poor. It's got like a really old truck. Like I've only seen like two of like his type of trucks like ever, and like I don't think people even use that kind of truck anymore. That's how old it is. Well, not that old, but like, you know, like 1995 kind of old, you know, 1996, you know. I think it is 1996 because like my dad originally had like a, what was it, like a Mustang or something when he was with my mom, and then when he had me and he changed car because he wanted to be more safe. So he had like those like big cars, big trucks, so he could fit more people and be safer, you know. So he could like take care of the children, you know. Good father. Lots of sacrifices. All right, back to the story. I forgot. I paid a tag and galloped to the marble stairs leading to the hallway. There was a master. I was about to hold a new book presentation. I elbowed myself to the crowd of journalists to occupy the Covenant front row spots. Quickly inventory check, wallets, JSAC along with the omnipotent Swiss knife. Seconds trickled leisurely on my wrist. 4 more minutes. Forget this morning sickness. Forgets Dr. Patel. Forget it. But now this August Navarro. That is your last name, isn't it? Yes, Senor Bordes. But how do you... 9 years ago, in Cordoba. I told you we would meet again. Do you remember? Nodded rapidly, again forgetting he couldn't see me. Stupid. Perhaps, continued Bordes, it would be more prudent for us to speak privately after this conference. I invited you to a coffee with me. You like Colombian coffee, Mr. Navarro? I shall see you precisely at 6 o'clock. It was, yeah. Sorry, that creeped me out. Where am I in the story? I don't know. I rapidly nod, forgetting. Yeah, I read that. His blinded eyes were still fixed on the top corner of the hallway, above us, far above all the congestion. Sharp pencils, critiques, and arduous followers of his divine writing. The attention was now on all of me, as revealed by hundreds of photos flashed from behind. I thought of all the explaining that I would have to do tomorrow. What is Bordes? How does Bordes know you? Are you friends? Were you raised in Cordovia? Are you his illegitimate son? Back when I did not know, answers came later. Memory is a tricky animal. As I gazed over the valley and saturated under the lungs of familiar smells, I cannot think of anything specific, vague and elusive memories of childhood home, and these orchards, the white chapels of Old Town itself, nothing but incomprehensible sensations somehow down there, below the chess cage. I closed my eyes and let out a sun twirl around the twisted speck of the mosaic light. I am trying to focus without looking. Alas, nothing comes to my mind. You've hidden realms of your memory. The cast of eyes, the trail again. He's closing in. It's hard for him to walk upward, and yet I see determination in his eyes. Where am I? His tight grip of a wobbly walking stick, and the way he periodically stops and catches his breath, the eyeball in remaining distance. I was not going anywhere. 5, 10 more minutes. Come and take me, old man, if you can. I almost see the facial expression under the heavily pronounced frontal lobe. It's grin. It's an expression that says, "We shall see." Once I read an interview in the Morning Times. In it, Bordes was portrayed as extremely humble and minimalistic. His house was depicted as perfectly organized space and easily access to everything. A book in the shelf, judging from the admiration of the columnists, and lots of them are organized with theme and title, dictionaries and encyclopedias, and grouped together in the same rack where you can find them easily. Another article dated 1966 that read that Bordes travels, and those travels are quite extensive and carries a whole rack of books. And wait not to read. Who exactly is this man? I'll read who he is later. When I entered the hotel room, here was a book rack, and the first thing that caught my eye, I stood perplexed at the multiple titles, most known to me, unknown to me, and I heard the door swing wide open. When I would enter the room, it was literally a swinging cane. Ah, Senor Navarro. How kind of you to visit this old man. I took a step towards him and produced gibberish. My pleasure is all mine, but he half smiled and pointed his hand in the chair. I know it is quite to enjoy the taste of Colombian dark roast. Bordes sat down and leaned slightly backwards without releasing the cane. Do you know the biggest advantage of being blind? He asked and answered immediately. Blind don't need the light, so my utility bills are way lower. He laughed at his own joke, only to be interrupted by his assistant carrying a tray of aromatic coffee, and poured 2 small porcelain cups. Amazing how the very idea of drinking coffee instantly changes your mood before you could even take the first sip. It was ready to go, pre-scripted monologue of expressing my gratitude and honor. Bordes jumped right into action. I will get right to it, Senor Navarro. About you getting here and about me remembering. I know you have many questions. I attempt to answer some, but not all. When you leave the hotel, there will still be some questionings that you will have to find answers to on your own. He gently picked a cup of coffee in hand, somewhat shaking. Took the artistic sip. Yes, I had questions. So many of my brain memorizing my buzzing and bewilderment and disbelief. They were sitting in the room with one of the greatest writers, who happened to mysteriously know my name and have by chance read the book Imaginary Beings as Bordes. I have many times. I read it in Spanish when I just came out. Very recently I bought the English translation in some shabby bookstore in Oxford Circus. I read the book far too many times, but never in its entirety, mostly starting from random page, just because Bordes hadn't intended to consumed by his readers. You see, Senor Navarro, that book was, and perhaps still is, a never-ending work in progress, as human imagination is no bounds. I've included what I have researched over 10 years ago. then recently expanded and republished with more figments of collective human imagination. But the book is merely a small subset. In a way, the book writes itself. But in some form, the labyrinth is an endless one, a living one, where every corner of every room is never the same and is always one in the book, to reflect the labyrinth collective subconscious. The force that drives me, the craft that reasons, and the creature of the books is strictly fictional. Myth? Am I not boring you? Not at all, I understand, Senor Bordes. He nodded and wiped a coffee grin off his nose. That book title implies that all about imaginary beings, tales, legends, folklore. But one thing that no one knows is that I had originally intended that book to include one more being. A being that goes in Latin name Quietus es. Quietus et. Let's see what this is. An early speech monarch, Quietus es. He is quit. Name derived start 10th Lord of Night. Ranked from the king. The expression of later short to quietus, an attempt applied to the termination of any debt. Okay. It appears and disabled across many cultures, something centuries apart, very little known to it, but it is found that it was very indeed astonishing. First, this being was physically no different than ordinary humans. You may say, it's human in many ways, as I studied this entity. I became more and more agitated. I could not stop like a madman. I was delighted to learn more and more, but soon an excitement turned to another feeling of fear. Fear, Senor Bordes? Bordes' eyesight shifted from the corner of the room straight to me, as if it was perfectly seeing me. Fear is what I have uncovered. The quietus is not a myth at all. He attempted to take another sip. His hands started shaking. And he had put the cup down, spilling some in the saucer around the table. Pardon me, young man. I am trying to maintain composure, but have you not tried some coffee? He said, whipping his mouth and forehead into his handkerchief. I raised a small cup and sipped, disregarding the aromatic fumes of the Colombian beans drifting down the internal gorge. Pardon me, sir, but are you saying the imaginary beings called Quietus est was not imaginary? Is that why you decided not to include it in your book of imaginary beings? Only in part. Here came the realization that it was meant for mankind to know about the existence, you see. It's no secret that we are all well aware of eventual demise. Dude, it smells so much like gasoline right now, because the car is like... Oh my god. We all die. We imagine what imagine, staring right in the face of death. Every single day of our lives, the new and the left in that world, death is not a vague concept portrayed by middle-aged artists, not the forlorn tale of the Grim Reaper, but a real living entity that stalks you and walks and shows you the ticking clock counting down minutes and seconds, getting closer with every second, grabbing your hands, running from death, worse than death itself. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. But I shall talk no more. Allow me to give you scribbles from years ago. These are unedited, raw formats, so please pardon the poor language. It's right there in the drawer. You will find a folder of yellow piece of paper. Read it out loud while my rippled body attempts to catch her breath. I opened the drawer as instructed and found this yellow piece of cursive handwriting, carved in Spanish with some Latin phrases. The scribbles were short, less than a page long, and marked scratches, but most of this were much deciphered. He who written this himself, half blind, I thought. What caused him to do that and not dictate to his assistants? I unfolded the paper and began reading. Quietus est. It has said that one shall not know about its own ways of times of demise. It is imminent passing and only felt by those of either terminal ill, and even so, they do not possess the knowledge of when or where, but the death row immense awaiting the exact day of time, their execution. Lack of such knowledge causes us to exist. Sumerians believed in such deity. The word deity was scratched off and replaced with demon of death. embodiment of human flesh and bones, which again was scratched off in place with entity, whose solely role was to stalk victims and inform them how much time they had left. Per the ancient book of death, which was discovered as set clay tablets, typically buried in corpses. Only those are luminous, only can see the deity. Again, cost twice, replaced with demon and then with entity. The luminous ones are thought to be either people of high spiritual powers or vice versa, the cursed ones, condemned by priests. The reference brief reappears of Egypt's manuscripts, with the later writings replaced by Anubis or in rare occurrence by Horus. The writings again depicted the unnamed beings as eternal humans, who never sleep, but always wander. That's strange, as neither Sumerians or Egyptians ever gave an entity a discrete name. However, the latter rare findings during the Dark Ages refer to him as Quietus Ectus. The only description of Quietus Ectus was that an ordinary human standing next to the sun clock, which was used to measure one time and had one left to live. From one time, Quietus Ectus stalks and chooses one, and then corners, moves hands to the clock towards and shortens the lifespan. If the chosen one cannot escape, then this time eventually runs out. The first one reference was found in enough, Mr. Navarro. I understand the idea. You understand the idea. Now, the main question. Why are you here? He drew closer, and the dull shadow from the lamp cut right through his ere-longed forehead. Quietus Ernest is an eternal wanderer who is always with us, the timekeeper who sits on the edge of the stage and ticking watch on the wrist. The greatest gift given to mankind is its inability to see him. When I lost sight, I thought blindness was a blessing in disguise, but one does not require eyes to see the wanderer. The eyes cannot see, ears can hear, the skin can feel. I can hear him, I can feel him. You are here, Mr. Navarro, because you and I are the luminous ones. Cortes pauses, and I asked him, and asked me, with a trembling voice, Mr. Navarro, you saw him too, didn't you? The cold shivers that have been accumulating in my lower back rushed into the spinal cord, and millions of explosion. Nausea formed a massive ball in the air of my throat. For a moment, I struggled to breathe, desperately trying to cease the thumping aside. I pushed words out. I saw him today. Hey, how you doing, Prometheus? Oh, you want me to stretch? Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna also get some water while I'm at it, since we're doing a little breakity break at this point. I'll let the music take over. Also, you could clearly see all the tabs. Clearly. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all those tabs. As you know, the scariest part of this whole thing. So you got... Nah, what do you mean? You can't get partnership unless you get at least 75 viewers. Average 75 viewer base. I do not get an average of 75 viewer base. I get like an average of like 0 to 2. And that's kind of a cop out. And you need, for affiliate, you need an average of 3. So I got lucky that I got 3. Well, technically I had 4 people at a time for like a while. So that really helped me. But yeah, it was like, yeah. The average, you have to have like consistent viewer base, or else it's I'm gonna lose the affiliate. Yeah. My tabs are the true horror. But yeah, affiliate is a game of cat and mouse. You could lose it at any time if you do not fulfill the agreement. But the partnership, once you become a partner, you're a partner forever. Doesn't matter what you do, unless you get banned, then you lose partnership. But I'm not the type who gets banned, right? Yeah, I get the little perks, such as give me money. I require sustenance. That's the perks I get. Also, I never did stretch. Also, I didn't feel like what's it called Hey, oh my God, you subscribed to me? Holy sh! Oh, thank you for the prime, my dude. Dude, first subscriber ever. Holy shit, thank you, my dude. No, but seriously, that's like, dude. Yeah, first. Dude, that's like, I legit can't believe that. Thank you. Oh my God, first prime of my life. Prime of my life. Dude. Good thing I saved my sub for this month. Yeah. I thought you already used your sub, Brian, because you have the what's it called? What is it called? Ara. The oh no. Oh no. Forgot what it's called. Oh yeah, you got the Korean like day badge thingy. But like you have to like subscribe like during the time zone so you can get like the little Korean day or whatever. Oh my God, you use it on Crit Roll and used it on me? Oh my God, I'm so like blessed. Why do you usually have to? Is it a sub stream only or what? What do you mean you'll check it on YouTube? I usually like look at like Critical Role only on YouTube. Like they have like these little clips where they show like things out of context and you just see like a little like weird things. Like yeah, that's funny. Yeah. So like I'm gonna put like these food that I ate and this tea that I had into the kitchen because I already finished eating this while I was reading like 3 stories. This is like my 3rd story, I think. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 more stories I'm gonna read before I cut the stream off. And then I'm gonna, after the story, I'm probably gonna do a, what is this? Alright, whatever that is. I wanna see what this is. Oh shit. That's what the quietest S is. Oh, that's kind of weird. The quietest. Does this mean anything to you? The one who wanders, the one who waits, the one who follows. Oh, but this story what is that it's called Follows? It Follows, yeah. It reminds me of the story It Follows. It Follows. Yeah, it's basically it follows you and then it kills you. It's free there on YouTube, but I like sub so I could keep watching wherever I want on Twitch. If I miss on Tuesday. Oh, okay. So you should probably take off the static so you can see what I'm showing you. Like basically the It Follows demon is basically the same thing as the Quietus. What is the Quietus? Is the Quietus or a drawing? Basically, it follows you, and then like if it ever reaches you, you'll die. But like it'll like follow you for eternity, kind of thing. And you just have to keep escaping. Written by Bordes. Basically, demon little. Oof. All right, give me a sec. I'm gonna put this in the sink. Too bad I can't put ads because I so could put ads, but like I don't like it doesn't give me the option to, which is weird. I've been trying to like I think it only works if I have like a certain amount of people to watching. I'm guessing it's not gonna work if I just do it randomly kind of thing. So I guess that's how that works. Yada yada. You'll be able to put ads you need. Yeah, that.
certain amount of consistency. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. And then you'll be able to put ads when you want. K. I needed to put that extra K because I said 3. I was like, nope, it's got to be a 4th. You can't just say 3 Ks. Or else it gets weird. That's why I was like, K. It's like, ooh, that almost got bad. Oh, that's funny though. Okay, it's not funny, but you know what I'm talking about. It does get bad sometimes though. Yeah. It does. Alright. But seriously, I need to get up. By the way, like I was legit and like use the ad breaks, so I could just like every time I needed to go to the restroom, I would just go like, oh, time to go on an ad break, and then just go to the restroom kind of thing. Or like it's like, oh damn, I need to go take a shit. Time to put like 3 6-minute for like a bunch of like, I'm leaving you guys for an hour. Fucking spam the fucking ad button. Hey yo, if no one wants to sit through the ads, you better subscribe. That's gonna be my tactic, and I'm just gonna put something in the background, like you guys watch a movie by yourselves, kind of thing. And then no one else gets to see it besides the people that are subscribed, but like everyone else on that's like in the ad time. During the ad time, it's like, bro, you get a little something special while I'm gone. That's basically how I was gonna use it for like for when I like get ad breaks kind of thing, but like I can't do ad breaks, so yeah. Yeah, let me go take a pee real quick. Adtastic. Oh, is that? Oh, it's the chat box. That's why. Okay, it should be restream. Oh no, it's gonna be the whole screen. Yikes. Okay. I did a bad thing. What is this? 600 by 600. Alright, that's fine. Oof. Okay, you go there. And then stay there. Alright. I'm gonna be back in a bit. No, but seriously. I've been like saying, oh, I'm gonna go take a pee. Oh, I'm gonna take a pee. Oh, I'm gonna take a pee, and then never leave. But seriously, BRB. All right, I'm back. I'm back on the mat. All right. How did you get used to the notion of being a passerby on this earth? Oh my gosh. I stopped being able to talk for like a few seconds. Big yikes. Biggest yikes. Alright. Ordinary humans do not have to get used to that. We have to build in protection layer.
The safety cork in our brain membrane that separates the realization of being mortal from flooding down upon us. It allows us to breathe the air, allows us to exhibit the extraordinary, its careless carelessness. The mental block that denies the laws of life and primitive emotional levels. Even the keenest of scholars, the indescribable tetragrammation, is shown to us in every step we take, in every cup of Colombian coffee we sip, in every word of wisdom we collect from books, every second of we bystand the sinister tick-tock that hears the name of God being whispered into our ears, and yet we, humans, turn around and whistle, shame, shame, deceiving our own self-consciousness, and that, as Senor Borges calls it, is a true blessing. Those who possess the name of the divine being are doomed. Knowledge of madness, knowledge of inexistence, knowledge of death is worse than death. We sat in the hotel room until the early mornings. There was two luminous and doomed souls. Our casual exchange of words was amplified by the ticking clock of the clock. It was dawn when I noticed Bordes nodding in his sleep. His left hand was still resting in the cane, and pupils were shifting behind his eyelids. Bordes was dreaming, and so must have I. As I was exiting the foyer of the hotel, I hid behind the column. I looked around the streets. It was empty. Bleak lights of empty street lights drew strange crossbeams of pavement. Early October leaves were drying. In closed circles like witches around the fire. I was looking around, hoping not to see him. He wasn't there, but he was. I felt a presence not very far from me. Muscat orchards. They resonate inside like echoes of a guitar string heard from a deep alcove, but nothing particular comes to mind. I'm trying to shift focus from one object to another, but my nomad memory is lost in endless labyrinth. You took my memories away from me, didn't you? Wait, mortal. Wait 5 more minutes and you will know the answer. I will hear in my brain that he is talking to me now. I can see how long uphill walk and hear him wearing him out. But what? Our pain and tiredness when you've crossed the finish line, as Bordes warned me. Do not ever come close to him. Do not look straight into his eyes. He will always be near. His watch will be ticking. He attempts to catch Sean, run. But he will forever follow. In a way, he will be like a shadow of you. As I ran, he wandered. I evaded as he followed. He came too close to me in my hotel room on the second day after a long day of Bordes quarters. The fool in me still thought that escaping him would be easy as moving into a new flat or checking into a hotel, so I did just that. It was some shabby hotel minutes from my work, where I decided to spend a few nights just to think things through. That evening, I remembered every minute of it. It was my first face-to-face encounter with him. My room, B6, and the basement level. As I stumbled through the darkened hotel corridor, trying to find the key to my room, I felt the presence. With my ignorant, foolish dismissed all the mental warnings and turned the keys. As the door hinge squeaked, I took a step into the hotel room. A street-level windows casting 2 thick yellow streaks of light on the floor carpet. I smelled dust and spiderwebs. He was in my room, sitting on the edge of the bed with a rope in his hand, a thin white blanket covering his head like a shroud around the statue. I stood there in stupor, like a paralyzed insect in an avalanche of sweat gushed from the core of my body. With a hand twisted behind my back, it was furiously trying to twist the doorknob. He got up from bed and groaned. He took the first step. My hands too sweaty to turn the knob. Open. He grabbed my wrist. Open, run. In the stretched corridor of the hotel basement flashed like random shots in silent movie. Run. B5, B2, B1, run. Staircase, up, exit, run. Your time is coming, Fernandez. Agustin Nevado. A whisper crawled into my ears. Coming. Hissing in the wind. I ran until the legs gave in. I fell down. Someone at the outskirts of town passing up the alley amidst the rubbish. Until sunup, my madness had begun. In the days following the place face-to-face encountering the quietest, I've moved out. In my London flat, I had some savings enough to tramp town to town, continent to continent, doing temp jobs here and there, sometimes sleeping on streets. Here was right behind me. Even if you didn't see him for a month, I knew he would soon catch on. It would only be a matter of time for him to pop up somewhere on the opposite side of the street, on the next car over, on the subway, on the Madway, prying through the shutters of the windows in the house across. My attempts to speak to Bordes were futile. How does a blind master live in the curse? I wonder. How does he manage to evade the sinister follower? I had questions, far more than I had anticipated, but Senor Bordes was already on the other side of the globe. I wrote him letters, he never replied. I tried calling hotels where he stayed, unavailable. The books that he wrote, I bought them all, them in attempts to find hidden meanings. But if he had a secret message for me inside the writings, the Book of Sand, Dr. Bordes' report. I even searched the earlier writings, analyzed every word, pointless, futile, until 1983, Shakespeare's Memory, his final book. As it turned out to be, I was more somewhere in Eastern Europe as I bought the book. Immediately I began to scripture study, letter by letter, page by page, analyzing every space and every pronunciating sign. And that's when I found it, the answer. This answer was the story itself. The story did not require many study or decryption. All I had to do was read it. I knew I had come to face with it, quite as Estes like Bordes did, but did not having to go through with a life of exile. That was Bordes had intended me to do. Such was his final and only message to me embroidered with the last story, a story written in public, was intended for my eyes only. The story that for the protagonist receives memories of Shakespeare, memories that overwhelm him, overpowering his own. He forgets modern day cars, engines, instead remembering the faces and names only distant past, memories of never known, memories to belong to another man. In a way, he was like a shadow of you, Bordes told me. The night, slowly but surely, my shadow was becoming me. That's why I can only vaguely remember him. My childhood home, him, me. No more running. It ends here. A few more minutes, I could say to myself as I looked into the watch. And there he is. He is out of breath, beaten, tired, bent, and weight of his own wry body. One last push, old man, and he will meet. I am hiding behind the rock, his footsteps in gravel and sand. I can tell him from any other footsteps in the world. His breathing, wheezing, and crackling. I am counting to 5. He knows where I am, but he is too tired to take his last step. Let me take that step for you. I am staring at his face, wrinkled like leaves of ancient scroll. Time's up. As quiet as this. I am telling him he's not fighting back, and my Swiss blade finds comfy spots around this Adam's apple as I'm gonna finish him now. Popping sounds are coming from the flabby throat. What are you trying to tell me, old man? Let me hear your last words. I am easing the pressure of letting him talk, but the sounds as you come out words but laughter. You are confused, he says. You've got it all wrong. Let me help you understand. I am letting him sit up. He is coughing blood. One wrong move and he's dead. He wipes the blood off his lips and nods in understanding. All my life I have followed you. It begins slowly. It's a miracle I have come this far and lived this long. Ever since I left Cordoba. It was a ticking time bomb. I was diagnosed as suicidal. Doctors after doctors, therapies, specialists, prescription, yoga. I had tried them all. Some helped for a while, and a disease subsided, and then trolled back a new stronger wave. It is a disease that nests here. And he pointed at his head, forcing me to look for a way to end my own life. It all began in London in the morning when I was sitting in the bench in the middle of the square, feeling the disease jaunting my brain. My first attempt was the hotel room, B6. I sat on the bed in the dark for hours with the rope in my hand and blanket on my head. Death opened the door and stood above me. In the darkness of the room, no, and I wanted my pain to end, but it was not meant to be. Not then, not there. I had to come on to live on. Ever since that day, I was a cat and a mouse being between us. I chased death, and death would always slip away until now. He pauses, rubbing his flabby neck, and points his finger down the valley and continues. I was born in that house. I remember every moment of my childhood. My parents, my toys, my schools. I remember playing hide and seek with my cousins in the Muskrat Gardens and dozing off in the Sunday clergy. In that Whitechapel, I remember Eastern rugs being washed on the streets and the smell of grapes. My name is Fernando Augusto Mulatto, and you are no true name, but they call you, Quiet Est, the one who wanders. Filaments of scorching infernos have been ignited all over me. The fire sets off inside my eyeballs, spreading over my face, pours and trickling down my body. Lies, imbecile! Lies, I roar! Look at me, he says. I am an old man, and you, still young and strong, you will always be. You have not aged. Now, think more. What do you remember of your childhood? Shakespearean memories of random sounds and smells? Are you all you have gains from me? Master Bordes knew who you are. He cracked you, and then he tricked you. He made you think you were me. That was his way of evading you, but not revealing you the truth until the final breath, final book, final story. You are the one who wanders, and those memories you have, those are my memories. And now that I have told you who you really are, you must finally finish me. I have heard enough of your fibs. I'm throwing my knife away. I shall not require any blade to finish him. With hands clenched around his thin neck, I am strangling him. I hear him squeal as grip tightens. I feel the crackling of his neck bones between my thumbs. I see him grumbling in the air of warm convulsions. He looks peaceful. I sit in the chest and watch his last breath. Picked up the wind, carried down the valley to the darkness, passing by the white chapel and the house as he grew up. The scorching wind, Aldesia, is pouring sunlight into his face, touring with his eyelashes, pounding his cheeks, grind through his hair. He must have missed the spell of the valley and ripened softness of muskrat's scruff. Locusts in the air, I am winding the wristwatch and walking downhill. Along the wavy trail, my thumbs still sore from killing. I am taking small steps sidewalks where I reach El Jardinito Road. I will now hop to the first bus, and from there I travel west to north. Destination will never matter. Anywhere the roads will take me, the one who wanders. Alright. I'm shook. Alright, and that was the story of He Who Wanders by Simon Simeon. Watched The Promised Neverland today, and the second time, pretty good one. Oh yeah, I want to watch The Promised Neverland. I'm probably gonna do like a Discord watch party where like I just watch it with other people, and I just watch it on. I just put on the thing, and then we just like all share the screen, kind of thing. Probably no one's gonna come, but I'll basically share with everyone the anime while I watch. I hear it's like really good to watch with people. That's what I heard. Nice. I would do an actual like watch party on like stream. The thing is, that is copyright as hell. Unless I like purposely like I mean, I could technically like put the like you know how I'm like messing with the screen right now? Basically corrupt the screen so you could barely tell what it is. It's gonna be like super blurry,
like, but like my face is gonna be there. Well, my avatar is gonna be there, and then just like distort the audio, and then like leave my voice. So like when I talk, you guys will hear like when I'm watching, but like it's like not right. You get me? So it's like you're watching it with me, but it's not right. You get me? Should I do that? Watch my friend today. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I don't think that's on Amazon. Amazon. Why are you saying Amazon? What are you talking about? Is I could technically like oh shit. Oh, you didn't hear that. Let me take off the noise removal. Stream anything that's on Amazon. Really? Okay. Oh, with Amazon what's it called? Amazon Video. Is that what you're saying? Okay, so this is static. I'm gonna take that off, and I'm gonna show you something else. This is blur. You see how that's messed up? How that's weird looking? I could do that. I could also like just change the pitch or like change the video. Like I could just like mess with it. So it's like unwatchable. Well, you want to still be able to see what it is, like kind of, but like I don't want to like make it obvious that I'm just straight up watching anime. I'm gonna try to commentate and like react to it like real time, and just like I'm gonna be pause champing so hard when I do that video. And I'm gonna probably only do it on Twitch, either that or because I shouldn't do that on YouTube like at all. That's a bad video. Prime Video, add some low opacity image over it. Oh, okay. Kind of like this, because this is a static GIF. Because technically, I could just, what is it? Filter. Less intrusive though. Ah, okay. Oh, I'll see if I could figure it out when I do it. Should I announce it like, oh, like the stream? I'm gonna do like a watch party thing stream on Twitter or something, or is that too like since it's too illegal? I shouldn't do that. Because I want, or should I just add everyone in the Discord? I don't think anyone's gonna watch that. I'm just gonna write on Twitter. Anyone want to watch? Anyone want to watch The Promise Neverland together? Question mark. Haven't seen it yet. And then I should probably put an image. Promise Neverland image. Let's do this image. Looks good. Copy. You know what? This one looks good. Copy. And then if you want to see the tweet, you already know where it is. Paste and oh. Explosion. You keep blushing. Oh yeah, this is also so you don't. Oh, I don't know what this is. Oh no! What the hell? That's so scuffed. That's so scuffed. At least okay. I'm gonna do this so you can't see what I'm watching. I want to see this. Nice. Yes, I do. I want to know how to do a little voice thingy. I love you. Like I see this on like the Twitters, like this voice thingy. It says voice. It just says voice. I can't retweet this. I can't retweet this. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Like this thing that says voice. What is that? Voice. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not this. Twitter. Yeah, because I've seen people like just do like, "Ah." See this. How do people do that? Like it's on your phone, but like I've tried it on my phone. Is it only for Apple? Because I've tried doing a tweet with that. Like I go to like, okay, let me show you my phone. Ooh, sexy. Press thing. Okay, I can't type anything, or can I? I'm just gonna do bap 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 bap. There's no option for like typing, because the only options I have are what the hell is this? The GIF, the picture, the chart, and the location. That's the only options I have for what is it, like Twitter is where you could talk to what's happening over years of photos. Tweeting with your voice is not too different tweeting from text. Start with tweet, compose, tap the wavelength. Why don't I have this? I don't have this option on my phone. Each voice tweet captures 40 seconds of 140 seconds of audio. You could talk. Oh, iOS only. Sad face. Damn, they gotta do this iOS only, really? You gotta do me like that? Alright. Back to static I go, I guess. Alright, let's go to the next story.
The Living History Project, written by Christine O'Neill. One of the least favorite parts of being a middle school history teacher is a bullshit living history assignment. We end up in the end of every school year, kids are supposed to sit with their grandparents and videotape, voice record, or transcribe their oldest memories of prosperity. And for an easy way to bring up their GPA. I have been doing this for 17 years, and when I collected the projects this time around, I assumed this would be as dull, if not duller than usual. This had not been a particularly bright class, so I went home, poured myself a glass of wine, and prepared for a long night. If I had only owned 2 pairs of pants when I was your age, my brother got beaten with a newspaper for hitting a baseball in the neighbor's yard.
Yikes.
And of course, these projects were peppered with innocent old man comments that were so horribly sexist and racist that you could just laugh. Now, I had a girl in my class whom I called Olivia. She was pudgy, quiet, and proved herself consistently B student. I expected her project to be unremarkable as her, and perhaps that's why I was so profoundly disturbed by what I witnessed that night. Olivia had submitted 2 discs for some reason, so I began with the one marked interview. My screen hiccuped twice before Granny appeared in the living room, came into view. No place was a hoarder's hell. Olivia was curled up in the armchair, clutching a notebook and looking like a scared animal. Across from her, she sat a man, sobered countenance, smoked a cigar, and stared at her expectantly. "Go ahead," a woman's voice whispered from behind the camera. Olivia's owlish eyes flashed towards the screen, then back at the man. "I am here with great Uncle Stefan," she began almost inaudibly. "He's gonna tell us about his oldest memory from being in the army." Great Uncle Stefan looked like he'd rather be a goddamn trench at the moment, but he was waiting patiently for his questions to begin. Not surprisingly, Olivia read verbatim. Holy shit. I'm like, what is that word? Oh my god, my brain. Oh my god. From the suggested question suit. Like legit, I can't read. So half of the words I read are just guesstimations to what the words can be, and that's how I read Spanish. Just what I think it can be. So I get the words 90% right, and the other like 10% like are like just like wrong. It's like that's not what the word says. I'm like, oh sorry, and then I try reading the word again until I get it right. It's like my brain doesn't work right. I've said this before.
I legit couldn't process what that word was until I was like, okay, I know it says verb A and this is Tim, but I didn't like recognize that as a word. It's like, oh, verbatim. I'm so dumb. It takes me a while. I'm slow. From the suggested question sheet I had handed out to the students, he answered her curtly. One or two, I heard her mother whisper, "Speak up, Olivia," from behind the camera. Typical boring shit. So I was intrigued when Olivia sat down her notebook and asked, "Did you like being in the army?" Which is totally off script. Great Uncle Stefan, I meant a chain smoker, wheeze. "Nope. Glad to get out of that town though." "Where did you go?" "Balkans." She asked. I doubted she knew what Balkans were, and my suspicion was confirmed when she asked, "Was Balkis very different from here?" "Yes." Mom cleared her throat from behind the camera, perhaps encouraging Great Uncle Stefan to be a little more forthcoming. But Olivia seemed genuinely interesting. "Uncle Stefan," she asked, "Oh, what was your first memory from the army?" The old man crushed his cigarette in his ashtray and then slowly lifted himself out of his chair. "I'll be back," he mumbled. The camera cut off. Then the screen flashed back on. Everything was the same except Uncle Stefan had several pieces of paper and plastic sleeves laid atop the crap sitting on the coffee table, one he held in his hand. "I was a kid when I enlisted," he said, looking at Olivia. "Your brother's age." He took her. Olivia nodded. "I never saw combat. Both my developments in cities of Eastern Europe had been destroyed in civil wars. Everything was a mess. I felt like a janitor, for fuck's sake." Mom coughed. Great Uncle Stefan sighed and looked at his paper. My unit was assigned to the school that had been obliterated by all the violence. Broken windows, cave-in rooms, and for some reason, the part that got to me the most was the school that has been there for years. Before we got there, no one had lifted a finger to fix it. I saw a kid walk my ways to go beg for money, or whatever shitty they did. The camera dripped towards the floor, and I heard Mom whisper harshly at Uncle Stefan. I couldn't make out what she was trying to say, but it wasn't hard to imagine. "Do you want to hear this goddamn story or not?" I heard him bark in response. "Then you better let me tell it how I want." "Mom," Olivia chimed, "please stop interrupting." "Are you presenting this in front of class?" "No, Mom, when you're handing it in to the teacher." No, Mom, we're just handing it to the teacher." I'm sure he's heard the word shit before. Uncle Stefan contrived helpfully. I wasn't a he, as a matter of fact. It was the fact that the statement was accurate. The camera was lifted, and after a couple of blurry focus adjustments, the shot was the same as before. "Oh, I'm talking too much anyways," he grumbled. He lifted a piece of paper in his hand, closed his face. "In the basement. I found this later. I didn't know what to say, but I had a buddy of mine translate it, so I wanted to read it now. And when I tell you what I saw in that basement, a chill ran down my spine." Mom zoomed in the Great Uncle Stefan and his hands. His hands trembled, and he held back the paper, and it says read. "Dear sir, I never loved my country. So many of these skirmishes in the born of patriotism, a power, a struggle from the shards of the once great empire. But I do not care for the name my home has on the map. The fighting is senseless, and I stay as far from it as I can. It is not these attacks that disorganized violence that took the lives of my wife and child. It was illness,
Merciful, it happened quicker for a baby. Nadia suffered for longer. I watched in horror knowing that I did nothing to them. My only solace is that I was there for them every step of the way. I stopped going to work one day, and no one came after me. I doubt if they noticed I was gone, since the school was simply across the field. Simply from my window. It was easy going. I could go a few hours each day to come home quickly to care for them. And that was the point. All I did was clean floors. It was useless for the world as I was to my family. I tried to take Nadia to the hospital, but the journey was too long. The taxi I brought her, and she died that night. After Nydia the baby was gone, well, I didn't remember much. I didn't leave the hospital. Hotev.
Hotel? Hoville. Wow. I really can't read. Let me take a dip of water. Water. Is it not on? I feel like it's not on. Oh, it's not on. Yikes. I thought it was on. Okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, take it to hear me way better. Alright.
After Nydia and the baby were gone, well, I don't remember much. I don't leave my hovel. Barely ate and slept. Through many times and taking my own life, attempting through it was. I felt paralyzed by my own helplessness. The one thing that kept me sane was my radio. I never turned it off once, even though I didn't listen to my words being said. In fact, the channel I got the clearest was English, I think, which I didn't speak a lick of, but the voices, the music, the true knowledge that life existed beyond the violent city sustained me. I had no idea how much time passed before I saw the light of day again. I was dizzy from the hunger, so finding food was my priority. My radio came to me, of course. Since I first hauled myself up, it was gone everywhere with me. It talks to me as I sleep, as I wake. I don't know what it's saying, but I know I would die without it. Once I had water and food, it occurred to me that the only thing left to do was go back to work. As I did, the following morning was simply return to school while I was the janitor and got back to work. Nobody made a big deal out of it. Like I said, Nadia had been sick for a long time, and those who worked at school knew it. I appreciate for no one had pestered me to come back to work during the hardest day of my life. And the teachers never said much to me, but they smiled back at each other in the halls, and the mutual respect was perhaps the reason I decided to go back at all. The place had gone to dogs without me, so I simply grabbed my broom and rags from my closet and set to cleaning. Everyone grateful for having me back, I know, and the best part is that nobody minds my radio. I bring it to me everywhere. I keep the volume low enough to not disturb the students. No one has ever complained. In fact, I suspect they like it. The schoolhouse is not very big, but does not require lots of maintenance. And the floors were always sticky and stained, so I spent most of the time mopping. Kids make messes. I guess that's why I'm still in business. And sometimes I have to move things around to make sure I get every spot on the floor beautiful and clean. But I take pride in that, and the repairs. The school always needs tune-ups here and there. I'm happy to help. Some days I reconstruct the desk that broke as I whistle along with the radio. Other times I handle more serious structural issues. Days that have worked like this, I feel truly instrumental. like a cog in the larger machine. How does the school survive without me? It took me a long time, but I once again feel like I have a purpose. There was a long larder behind me. School was full of preserved food. In lieu of payment, I am allowed to take as much food as I need. That arrangement is fine. What would I do with the money anyways? I used to bring food back to my home, with one field away from the school, but when I started sleeping in the basement, no one seemed to notice. The school is special to me. I cannot leave it unguarded. When I am besieged the memories of my wife and baby, I turn up to the volume of the radio to drown out such thoughts. It works for me every time. Except this morning. Because this morning I woke up to dead silence. I frantically examined the radio to see what had happened. I honestly can't tell you how many days in a row I've been using it. That I simply live out its life and die naturally. I've spent out the entire day trying to fix it. Most of the time I've been crying. Am I losing my mind without it? I've been giving myself till sundown. If I cannot fix it, then I'm gonna take my life. I'm writing this without the sunlight. It's starting to die, and I know that my fate shall be. I have thought about taking one last walk through the halls of my school, saying goodbye to the students and teachers. I know I will be missed, but I cannot bring myself to leave the room. I cannot go anywhere without my radio. Instead, here, there's no more tears in me. It feels like I can't catch my breath. I vomited what little food I have in my stomach as I growled dizzy again, like I did after Nadia died. I am not long into this world, but before I take my life, I have closed the door to this room and stuck a chair beneath the handle. I lost where I am. It is the only room in the basement that has a small casement, and that's just enough light for me to see what I am doing. If anyone is kind enough to come look for me, they should not be met with the gruesome sight. Perhaps I will see the doors blocked, smell my rotten body, and simply forget I ever existed. I have placed both radio and a note outside the door. Kind sir, if you are reading this, I have one humble request. Please fix it. Save my radio. It did not deserve to die. In its sleep, I am ashamed that I cannot revive it. Now, I am ready to join Nadia, Lumna, in heaven. I hope the school will find another janitor who loves to take care of the way I do. The hour is now. Do not forget my radio. Stanisliva.
Stanislivalia. Oh no. Oh no. That's so sad. Old man. My mom zoned back. Olivia's had tears in her eyes.
Thank you for sharing, Uncle Stefan.
Mom said, her voice choked. I think that's enough.
Wait, Olivia chirped. He said there's more. What did you find?
Before Uncle Stefan could open his mouth, the images appeared. My jaw dropped. Was that it? What did great Uncle Stefan see? I probably remember that there was a second disc. This one was unmarked, but I hoped it was contained the rest of the interview. Okay, let me put in this pillow on this chair, because my butt is dying. Oh. I'm back. What was I? I probably remember. Okay, there was no video, only audio. The voice that started up was Olivia's.
Hi, Miss Grantley. I'm sorry about my mom, but she refused to record the rest that my uncle was saying. But I asked him to continue and secretly record the rest of story with a voice memo on my phone. I remember you said earlier this year that the history is written by the people who win wars. She stuck in breath and commenced crying. But everyone's history is important, even if they're sad, pathetic people that even if they never won a single thing in their life. I haven't slept through the night since I finished the project, but if you could hear what my uncle had to say.
There were tears in my eyes too. The sincerity of her words was beautiful. I was also flattered that she would remember some trite phrase I threw around because it was in my history teacher said to me. Before I was too sappy over it, the audio began again. Fine, came the mother's frustrated voice. If you want to hear the rest of the story, fine, but this is not appropriate for a school project. Let me finish, great uncle Stefan snapped. If that's too much for you, help yourself to snack in the kitchen, but Olivia wants to know what happened. I heard Mother's mumble something and walk away. Olivia and her uncle were alone. I imagined her looking at him expectantly. So, did you find the radio, or did it get ruined when the school got blown up? He rasped and I heard the distinct click of the lighter. That letter, he began slowly, had a date on it. What date? She inquired hungrily. It was dated 2 weeks before we started rebuilding the school. Didn't you say the school had been destroyed like 2 years ago? Yes, replied great uncle Stefan. It had been. There was a silence when the goosebumps in my arms. The images that came in mind were almost too overwhelming to express, but Uncle Stefan puts them into words effortlessly. Clearly he had spent his whole life thinking about it. This man, this Stanislav, went to vandalize, take apart schoolhouses and cleared up blood and rubble and mixed drinks and dust. He smiled at dead bodies in the hallway and believed they were smiling back at him because he liked the radio. He moved around the corpses so he would sweep the ground under them. The floor room for the half collapsed, so when it rained he would have soaking wet, but was so oblivious that he didn't feel a thing. I could hear Olivia crying steadily. I found the larder he was talking about. It was all pickled, preserved food that probably tasted like shit. Most of the stuff was moldy. Did you see the dead body? Yes, hanging from the ceiling, but still amazingly lifelike. He wasn't rotting away. This hasn't happened years ago. Did he look peaceful? She asked, a chord of desperation in her voice. I couldn't tell you. The smell was rank, and his face was blue and his eyes were bulging like this. Imagine him demonstrating. And the radio Olivia at? I heard Uncle Stefan take a long drag of cigarette. It was there. Alright, and it was still on. Oh, I think I know what happened.
What's with the sad music? Holy sh... So my theory is, while they were bombing the place, eventually he lost his hearing. And because, he, the only thing he, cared about was the radio, that when the radio stopped, he couldn't hear the radio anymore. He tried to see what was wrong with the radio, but he saw nothing wrong. It was like, what's wrong with this radio? And then he put the radio, because he could no longer hear the radio anymore. He lost his life. But the thing was, the radio was still working. And the army made him, the bombings that happened to him was what made him lose his hearing. I feel like I've been speaking too loud to this that I hear crackling in the audio. I hear I don't know how to describe it. Let me do this. Ow. Crackling.
Do I hear something? Rawr, extrude.
Okay, it's not that bad. I thought it was worse. Alright. Well, oh, this story was adapted from a concept by Nicholas Gamipeto. Check the Discord. Alright, I'll check the Discord. Alright, what'd you send me? Oh, dude. Dude, that's poggers, dude. Oh my gosh, that's poggers. Oh my gosh, oh, dude, that's so awesome. Like legit, I'm impressed. I'm so impressed. Seriously, dude. So there, just add that image above the video. Yeah, no, I'm totally gonna do that. When I do the stream, I'm gonna see if I could like set it after I finish the stream. I'm gonna see if I can set it up, and then do it like I don't know what time I'll probably do it. It's Saturday, Sunday. Wait, is it? Okay. So I should probably be able to do this I'll probably just do it early morning because I'm gonna like watch the entirety of the series. How long is it? How long is it in series? Isn't there 2 seasons? Promise Neverland. Okay, let me check my anime list. My okay, it's on Netflix, but my anime list. My it's Amazon. Okay, the Crunchyroll. Please. My anime list, yes. Thank you. Only 1 season? I thought there was 2 seasons. Yeah, there's a 2nd season, no? Oh, it's airing in 2021. Oh, that's sad. Okay. So there is only 1 season with 12 episodes, and each episode is how long? Yes. Where is it? Oh, 22 minutes per episode. So 22 times 12. Give or take. 22 times 12 is around... Oh, right. Minutes. So 4 hours and 40 minutes. Give or take. Yeah. No, this is not including the... I skipped the intro and outro, but I guess I'll just leave the intro and outro there. So about 4 hours of just watch time. I could do this early morning before like anyone wakes up, and then just like see if anyone comes. Let me see if anyone responded to my tweet. No one responds to my tweets ever. Okay. Alright. So. Oh, they're all free. Nice. That means I could watch this. Ooh, Big Order. What is this? Oh, I remember this. It's where, yeah, no, I remember this. I watched this anime. Isn't this where he gets the... Yeah, bunny girl pregnant. Yeah. I remember that. I remember watching this. Okay, there's the book. Prime Video. Borat. Oh, I heard this movie's bad. Oh, The Boys. It's time to watch The Boys. Alright, let's see what's Netflix. Okay, they have all the episodes on Netflix. I have Netflix too. Alright, I could just sign in later. Alright. Then I will go back to here. I found a letter from my stalker, written by Minister of Hours? Yeah, Minister of Owls. I will obscure this. I found this note. How long is this? Nailed onto a tree in the front lawn. I don't know how to describe it. I'll let you read it yourself. I saw you today. It was your birthday. You didn't see me. You hardly ever do these days. Your skin looks so nice and healthy, and your eyes were the most beautiful I've ever seen them. You've grown so much. I remember how different you used to look. When you were younger, I remember the day I first met you. It was 4 years ago. I was sitting on my desk, head down, listening to a teacher rattle off on the names in attendance. Alright, give me a sec. Where am I? The teacher called out's name I didn't recognize, and a stranger's voice answered behind me. Was there a new student? The teacher didn't pause for a second. Just to continue calling out some of my name after name. It turned my head to where the voice came from. I saw you, a pale thing, so thin. Your eyes are red, and the seat said you could have been empty. That should have been empty. I saw the fireflies flying around you, flickering, dozens of them, never astray from you. I saw them going through you, coming out of you through your skin, like you were a mist of them. And you believe I thought you were a ghost? I now seem to acknowledge you, the new stranger sitting in the back of the class. Class after class, hour after hour passed, as I waited for something to happen, for someone to notice you, for you to leave, for you to give out a ghoulish scream and call me out in the horror of the story. I was certain I was in. But nothing happened. Teachers came and went, the classmates laughed and slept, and you just sat there. Bells rang for recess, other kids ran on to the mundanes of the day, leaving me and you together in the empty classroom. You stood up, pulled your chair and the desk next to you, making a face your desk, and you turned your head to me and spoke. Well, you're slow today. Come on, ask me your questions. I don't know why I didn't run away screaming at this moment. Perhaps you could have turned out better for me in the long run, but let's not speculate. I guess, at this point in my life, I was pretty bloody lonely. I figured that it was only a 50-50 chance that you would eat me, and the other 50 was someone wanted to talk to me. Kids' priorities don't make sense to me either ways these days. And so, I went along with the flow. I walked over to your desk, sat down on the chair you pulled for me, and asked you my questions. What were you? You told me you didn't know. You said that you were a child just like me, with parents and friends who used to go to the same school as me. Then one day, one ordinary day, you were 10, you woke up and you were like this, covered in fireflies, and no one could remember you the moment they concentrated on anything else. No one else, not even your parents. You told me of how I'd notice you every day, how I think of you until recent every day. Now I'd come to you every day, how we would talk every day, how we would meet for the first time every day for the last 3 years, about how I forget the instant I walked out of the room, how everyone would forget you, about the fireflies would make them, how the last 3 years you've been alone, the story of how it would have been very hard to believe, so I didn't. Asked about what reality prank show I was on. You looked, well, unimpressed and asked me to continue telling my story. I was caught off guard in the non sequitur. You said last time I was here, I was telling you the story, a horror story about a haunted house. As you detailed the story, goosebumps sprinkled my skin. It was a story I had been making up in my head, a story I hadn't told anyone yet. At that moment, a billion reactions were open to me, all simultaneously adequate and inadequate, but the only thing that seemed proper was to finish the story to you. So I did. Halfway through, you interrupted me and asked my mother had recovered from her sickness yet. I had shaken my head and a bit ashamed at the fact that I shared the private matter to a stranger. The story ended a few minutes before recess. My next class was another room. You told me to go. Your steadiness took me back. You seemed so accepted of your fate, like you'd already gotten used to the idea of being forgotten forever. Oh, funny senpai. I was a kid back then. I wasn't particularly a smart kid, and I was probably on the onset of a crush. So you can excuse what I did next, and as an example of childhood stupidity. I grabbed my sister, pressed it against my arm skin, dug in, and drew blood. I pushed it forwards till it cut formed a shape I wanted. Letter by letter, I carved into name into my arm. Just so you know, I don't regret that. Don't get me wrong, kids' power might have made me do it, but sure in hell didn't make the pain go away. It's just one of the most painful experiences in my life. That reminds me of my ex. She did that to herself. Like, she wrote the name of her ex on herself. Like, carved. Like, carved. But even then, as a kid, I thought that was happening to you was unfair. I remember how your eyes looked when you saw that, and the confusion, how strange it was for you that anyone would want to remember. I remember that look so clearly. When I woke up the next day, you saw your name on my arm. I remember you. I didn't forget. And that day, from the first time, we had a conversation that wasn't so one-sided. You said no one had ever done anything like that before and suggested I might have a mental illness. I don't deny it. That I drew a little blood as we talked, and a crept through mine came ahead. Did you prefer it when I didn't remember? Knight was sitting on the bed, staring at the name in my arm, wondering if I should cover it up. And so I could see it and give back your privacy when I heard it crash. Yeah, no one I'm with is ever sane. No one. What was I saying? I looked up to see my bedroom window shatter and a dirty rock to my floor. I looked out in the cracked window. I see a dark figure on my lawn. You were outside yelling about how we should hang out. It took me a while to get used to how bad you were at talking to people. Years without practice made you quite a bit rusty. That was alright. We had a lot of time. For the next 2 years, you spent most of your free time together. Most of the time we talked, you tell them the aspect of your life and how you lived, and you still stayed in your old house. Your parents never noticed the food that had gone missing, never noticed the extra room, or that you'd stolen the extra keys. One night I was confident in you and I began to think you were part of my imagination, Fight Club style. After all, what would you do to me if I couldn't do it myself? You spent the next month or so trying to leave bite marks on my ears and neck to prove a point. I still have a few scars on my ears, so I guess you did. Looking back, I could see the warning signs even then. Your skin seemed to get worse and worse, paler and paler. You rubbed your eyes raw, and in the winter you had our wake-up call. The morning became like any other. I woke up, brushed my teeth, started searching for the clothes to wear. In the winter morning, the room was dark and I didn't see the name on my arm. The cold sent shivers into my body and I pulled a long-sleeve jacket. A small bell rang in my head. Don't you usually roll up your sleeves? Yeah, and why did I? What was annoying, I finished tying up my head in school, but the school bus, I felt oddly content, like something I've been worried about had just disappeared. I walked up the schools in the hall, threw out the classroom door, and sat down on my desk, the same feeling of a buried, forgotten hound. In my mind, was I forgetting? The recess came and I sat at the desk of the classmates rang out. Kind of felt like a ritual, but I didn't know what for. I was contemplating just walking out and join them. Then I heard it. It was something small, like a wind, like a whisper. But it came over and over, incessant. I sounds like my name. I knew it was strange, it was worth my attention, but I felt oddly calm. Everything would be alright, everything would be fine, just ignore it. I sat in my desk, my mind's a war zone between two conflicting, contradictory voices. I felt like a forced tug in my sleeve. The moment I noticed it, the jacket sleeve tore open, and I saw your name in my arm, and your hands was ripped the jacket open. You've been yelling at me for over 20 minutes. I think that's the moment you realize how edge our friendship really was. One accident away and it completely enraged you. We spent most of the next year in the town library together, trying to find out if the fireflies were. It wasn't really a problem for me because my mom's treatment, my family couldn't afford to go on trips, and the house didn't have any heating anymore, so I was happy to spend my time with you. trying to find information about the puzzle in and itself, after all. How could I read about people I couldn't remember, and how could I find out about the special when no one even remembered enough to even record them? We found an old family trees and records individually and write down the names of everyone in the books into a list. We compare the names, and I hadn't remembered to write down, but you had. You would focus and you would write the names that you were under the curse of the fireflies. Were compiled of suspicious books that were thought to be, could help us, because they were written by or were about the people we were searching for. And read books and were lists of names side by side, reading again every page in the book. I scoured the internet and libraries and computers, the outlooks of articles and the people. Our search would lead us in this first glimpse we got to really happen to you. It was late at night when I found the picture. It was a bit drowsy at the time, and about to nod off, and I heard a sharp intake in my breath. I turned to see you standing up, pointing a screen. I didn't see anything earthworthy on the screen, and the picture of a clearing somewhere in the woods. You held a paper where you marked two names: Susan Appleby Reagan, 13; Terry Appleby Reagan, 12. Siblings. For a moment I saw the paper, and on the screen side by side, and then I saw them. Two figures emerging from the woods towards the camera. They were almost humanoid, with the exception of their limbs, which stretched to nightmarish proportions. Their blank white skin with pure albino, they looked like the tree barks of anything you expect from a mammal. A cloud of fireflies around that duo. The shorter one looked immaculate. I could see the ribcage around their eyes. God, their eyes, so small, so red. The taller one with white hair didn't look alive anymore. They were little more than skin wrapped around the skeleton. Fireflies swarmed out. The pair's empty eye sockets both reached for the cameraman. I looked up the article surrounding the picture. It was a blog posted by a hiker, 20 years after the last mention of the two kids. The picture of the mystery of the cameraman as well. He'd been wanting to go to the woods picture for a while now, but never actually remembered going there. The picture just happened on his camera one day. Out of the blue, for a moment I looked at your face. Your thin, pale face, those red, veiny eyes. Would that be you when your scar faded? When your walking horror-eyed glimpse then forgets? We worked through the reading list at a much faster pace starting at the moment. Maybe you should have gone slower. At least every book, every website would have left untouched, promising hope. The book we finished and tossed aside, promising nothing but to clear the woods in the future. We tossed aside a lot of books. I believe I tore through 3/4 of my reading list before I stumbled across the journal. Oh God, that horrible journal. The journal used to belong to a mental patient named Joey, who claimed to be a serial killer. He was locked up in an asylum where the police discovered his supposed victims never existed. He was diagnosed with a need for attention and drove away. They should have electrocuted him. They should have fried him until his flesh melted and his hair burned. In the journal, he talked about how he carried out the killings. He knew things, bizarre and disturbing things no one else knew. He knew the strange creatures that lived in the woods. Of them, his favorite were the fireflies. I'm not going to tell you how he summoned these things. I trust you more than anyone. But things like these belong in the ground more than ever. Will be a human mind's and mine in the end. It's sufficient to know that these things were not fireflies. Jerry would start his ritual by the kid, taking a kid, anyone who pleaded, please. He would take them at any time in the dead of night, from their own homes or in the broad daylight from their front yard. It didn't matter if he was seen. He'd take them to his house and drag them inside. Usually an Amber Alert came up to the point he didn't care. Like I said, it wouldn't matter soon. He'd drag them to a special room in his house where fireflies would usually come latch onto them. Now, nobody was searching for the kids, not the police, not the parents, nobody. From then on, he would do whatever he wanted to the kid. He got bored to them after one day or two, and the kid had broken. At that point, he disposed of them, hacksaw, kitchen knife, anything would work. He detailed a large bit of bodies he kept in the woods swarming with bugs. One day, I guess he got bored of that too, so he went right to the police station and turned himself in. Not on the account of guilt. No.
He just wanted someone to know the stuff he was doing, sick bastard. Oh, don't get me the wrong idea. He never stopped killing kids. The asylum doors didn't stop him from doing what he liked. It just made him improvise. He made a new way. He modified the fireflies so they could survive without a host, just in a dormant state. When a child he specified the age would approach the swarm, he would latch on and begin to affect. Over the years, the child would warp horribly to things he saw in the woods. I wish I would hate him in peace. I wish I could say the world owed him nothing, but that wouldn't be true. He did tilt a way out. On the final page, there was exactly an explanation on how to get rid of the fireflies. You must have seen something in my face because at that moment you asked if I had found anything. I said no and closed the book. A few moments later, you shut down the computer, you picked up the last book and went through it yourself, and you reached the end of the cover and you tossed it aside. I asked what we should do now. You said it was alright. I could go home. We talked about it in the morning. I stood up and walked past the shelves of books I had for the library entry, but stopped right outside the door and waited. I waited until I heard the sniffing sounds. I sneaked back on the table where you were quietly sobbing. You had your head in hands. You sat back down and you raised your eyes at me. You said you wished you never met me. How happy you were when you had nothing to lose. How I ruined your life. You've never really gotten better at talking to people. And that was the worst love confession I've ever heard. I remember how we kissed that night. I remember how your hands gripped my hair. I remember that kiss. I remember it could have been just a kiss. I'm sorry I ruined that moment when my arms were around you. I was close enough to steal a firefly without you noticing. I remember holding a firefly in my hand. I remember how it struggled until it was a part of me. A firefly shifted. They came over me and left you. I remember the familiar look in your eyes, confusion. I never want to see that confusion in your eyes again. You dared to be loved and you deserve to know that. It wasn't really living away. You reached for me, you pulled away, the last lights of recognition faded in your eyes, and you were just staring at the stranger walking away in a crowd of strangers. That was a year ago. You've gotten much better since then. You have so many friends now, so many people at your birthday party. You also look so much healthier. I've been as fortunate. My skin's gotten a lot paler. My eyes hurt all the time now. I couldn't go to school like you. All those years I haven't wasted all my time. I found Joey's pit. The bodies were so many. There's a grave of those children now. Without me, my mom could have afforded turkey. She looked so happy. Just yesterday I saw her playing with my baby brother. I saw her crying yesterday. You were with your friends laughing for a brief moment. Your eyes met mine and then they were so wet. I think it's going away for good. I think you're not going to be happy if I stick around. I'm so happy I met you, even if you don't remember me. Sometimes I go into depressive episodes. I feel so lonely when my friends need to know what's going on through my head during those times. And sometimes I end up in a bathtub, knife in my hands, wrist bleeds until I thought I was cutting my wrist. I wasn't. I was cutting these letters. I've been carving your name into my arm. And I found a letter from my stalker, Mr. Vowels. Okay. Let's do Don't Let Them In by Maddie Kate, aka Coney Island Queen. Addiction took my mother, slowly rocked her through and swung her and sunk deep into the mattress of her bed. When she was back, teeth fell out. She left into the side of the bathtub. I was 7. I kept them in the matchbox. The missing pieces that kept her safe, so that she wouldn't be lost forever. So maybe one day you would put the book back together. Our house fell around us. We tried our best to raise ourselves. The ceiling had water damage. The bottom stairs had dried rot, and the winters the radiators bled rust. But it was still our house, and Annie made it a home. My sister Annie mothered me with lopsided band-aids. on bruised knees and lukewarm microwave meals. She told me ghost stories that wouldn't mind when I crawled into bed later, on just scared to sleep alone. She taught me to dance barefoot on the living room carpet, music channel on full volume with TV shaking on the pre-adolescent adolescent hips. She always let me shower first, so I could enjoy the hot water and never complain when she had made it do with cold. She brushed my hair every day before school. Even I screamed and hit her when she caught the tangles, and he was dark-haired like her father. Whoever he was had been, but I was blonde, and he was desperate to be blonde too, like Marilyn Monroe, like Mom. I think she thought that would make her close, reminding Mother less of her dad. I gave anything for her, to have her hands in my hair one more time, even if it hurt. She moved to New York when I turned 18. Never came back. I still dream about her sometimes. Keeping up with our mother was impossible, and we learned from a young age that we would always be left behind. I didn't make it easier when she was drinking light. She was radiant and would wake us up at 3 a.m. and pancakes dripping of cherry syrup. Sometimes when the weather was right, she had enough to drink alone. She would call our school up and tell us that we both would come down with summer sickness. We'd drive to the beach instead. I remember being 9 years old in the back seat of the car, coming home from one of the ocean days, sucking up the salt in my fingers. And he had just dyed her hair blonde, with her best friend Jane helping her bend over the kitchen sink. From behind, I couldn't tell who was the mother and who was the daughter. The radio up and the windows down, blowing the sky inside. When she was drinking heavily, she was to be out all night, hair piled in the beauty queen, eyes gazed over and ringing in glitter and black. Sometimes she'd gone a day or two. She would never give up the advance notice. One day she'd wake up in the empty house, with the fridge packed full and the postponed note. On the door, complete smear Mom's lipstick in the outline of the kiss. Telling us she'd be back soon. Sometimes she'd bring guys home, filling the table with beer cans and ashtrays. Smokes up and ceiling. Mom lost the haze. She'd sleep with pillows in our heads, trying to drown the music they were at night, and wake up strangers in our kitchen table in the morning, asking us where we kept the coffee. And Mom drank too little, and she fell apart. She couldn't buy food, and the refrigerator was bare. She'd chain smoke, leaving cigarettes burnt in the wallpaper. But the stairs, like the walls, sickens of decay. She barely slept, walking around the half-blue moonlights around the eyes, knuckle draws. She would scream the slightest thing. I remember once that I spilled a glass of juice on the couch. He looked over at me with dead eyes and dragged me off to the carpet and took every single cushion off the couch just for the backyard to set them off fire. And he went to watch a while in the windows and sat down to the floor, backs pressed against the skeletons of the seat, head resting in the crater of the collarbones. It was the worst when Mom drank too much, and she laughed too loudly and too long, and anything and everything, until her mouth started to shake and she began to cry into her cereal on the breakfast table. And he shut down with Mom was like this, going somewhere deep inside herself where there's no one could hurt her. She stayed up the morning watching old black and white movies on TV, whispering the lines she knew, and the hearts like prayers. When I was 5 years old, I would cry. I'd find my mom passed out in bed. She sure never wake up. And he would wipe the tears and tell me she was only sleeping, like the princess in the storybook. We'd sit in Mom's bed together and wait for her to wake up. When we were older, I was the one who picked up my mom off the bathroom floor again and again, and he would put her in bed, soothing her hair to her face, wiping the vomit off her mouth, and changing her clothes. If she'd pissed herself watching them, and there's no doubt Annie would have been the mother now. It was October and I was 13, Annie's 16. It was Wednesday night, and Mom was been gone for 2 days. She called us that morning from a payphone, voice slurring, telling us she had been the best time with her new friends. She had hoped that we were doing fine. When she asked if I was having a good birthday, I hung up on her. My birthday had been a day before, and you'd given me a pile of presents. Strawberry lip gloss and glitter nail polishes. I didn't ask where she got the money for them. I didn't care. I had taken the bus on the beach with Jane and ate the birthday cake and she had made me. Sat and getting to the frosting, it tasted like sweetness of the sea, and I savored every bite and scraped sugar along my teeth. We watched the sun go down, and I scraped the grainy photos of Nikia as I blew in the candles, wishing it was over and Mom wouldn't come home. She wouldn't stay gone this time. But the Wednesday night Annie and I were speaking, anger hung heavy between us, seeping through the floorboards. It began and she tripped at the bottom of the stairs. We both laughed, Annie thrown her head back and got between the front teeth, catching the light. When I went back to pick her up, I felt her breath warm against the freckles of my cheeks. I let her go in my arms, and she fell again, hitting the floor and grinning, shaking the head. Face and breath heavy with whiskey. She would start picking her up too. Couldn't watch her fall again and again, just like Mom. I knew that she'd never get back up. I stared down at her blonde hair hanging over her eyes, and all I could see was our mother. When I was running, feet slamming in the hallway, like heartbeats turned loose, I'd run for the kitchen, tipped every bottle I made I had down the sink, shoving Annie back as she fought to stop me, catching liquor on her fingers as it fell. She'd grab my shoulders and made me drop every last bottle she smashed between them into the floor. Glass shards shining as we dragged the stairs in the sky and broken them like pieces that would never come back outside through the open windows. The sky would turn gold, the clouds of mess pink, cream smeared across the horizons. I cried, watching my sister on her knees, picking up the pieces that was Annie, always trying to fix things, even it was too late. The smell of food dragged me to my room, my stomach turning traitor inside my Rick page. Annie was cooking pasta, real food not made in a microwave. She'd left the table, Tammy Wenry singing softly in the CD player. Annie gently swayed her hips as she stirred the tomato sauce, rich and warm. She ate the silence. I forgave her more with every bite. Mom never cooked dinner, never remembered my favorite. Had been spaghetti once I was a kid. I never stayed sober long enough to sit on the table. Annie wasn't Mom. We were washing dishes and first heard it. A moth was crawling down the inside of the plane, and it cracked the window. I let it out into the dark. From the backyard came a faint sound. I tilted at my head and listened for the coming of crying. I figured it was Mika, the 2-year-old next door, having a tantrum loud enough for us to catch. Or maybe it was Lucky Strike, the cat belonged to the junkies down the street, begging for food like sometimes did. I always wanted to feed him when it came around, winding over my ankles, but Annie always stopped me, saying once you start giving, they never stop taking. Looking back, I didn't think she was talking about the cat. Annie flipped the Christmas lights strung up around the porch, and we sang in the plastic beach chairs, watching the skies. When we were little, we'd sit us outside, and Annie would tell me the names of the constellations of the stories and how they came to be hung in the night sky. Had grown up to be, I realized that she had made them all up as she went along. It was a game we still like to play now, making up ridiculous stories of the shapes that we could pick out. Ah yes, that one is the Coors Light. It just got there when God dropped it in the convertible window and never picked it up, she said, nodding sagely and hiding her smile. Of course, I said, waving my hands and pointing past the power lines, right next to the ashtray left by the angels that smoked break. Yeah, they say if you wish on it, all your dreams will come true, said Annie with a grin. And then she stopped laughing, but her voice grew quiet, face tilted to one of those dead stars. Let's wish, Emmy. Let's wish. So we did, the sound of wailing interrupting us. It came closer, and definitely human. We turned to one another in confusion. Annie shrugged and I squinted to the black. It sounded like a baby lost, tired and alone. It must be Mika, I said, slowly getting to my feet. Maybe he walked out to the back. Do you want me to call Connie and tell her to bring him over? Annie didn't reply. I sighed and rolled my eyes. Guess I'll do everything then. I stepped off the porch grass against the hill. The air smelled like it might rain, fresh and clean, growling and promising fulfillment.
Annie's voice was strained, and I turned to her with my it died at the face I saw, and looked on her own. Let's go inside now. She was staring into darkness past me, and opened the door. The one behind her, fingers fumbling in latch. I froze. Barefoot in the dirt, I glimpsed when she was looking at the bushes in the back fence. Someone was crouching with their knees tucked in neatly onto their chin, and arms wrapped around their legs. His mouth was agape, softly opening and closing as he cried, like a child lost in the dark. No, it's not a child, more like someone pretending, mimicking the sounds under the cover of darkness. Suddenly, they straightened their back, snapped upright. Face was obscured by shadow. They were tall and slim, extraordinary thin. By human standards, panic made the move, carried forward by animal instincts, left over by the time when people still lived in nature. I was faster than Annie, dragged her inside, slammed the door behind us, hearing the bounce of the hinges as I locked it. We watched the person slowly approach the house with long, deliberate strides. Annie reached for my hand, holding me tight, and turned to my face, holding my shoulders. Don't turn around, Emmy. Don't turn around. Instinctively, I started to look over my shoulder. Into the gloom, Annie grabbed my face and shook her head. I knew that she was serious. Her voice cracked and her cleared her throat, gripping my hand tight enough to hurt nails digging in me. Grabbing herself, I looked down, and the interlocked fingers, both were born in the same bones. I'm gonna call the cops and tell them everything it's going to be. Her voice flattered, stuttering, tearing, spilled her lashes. Annie never cried. Your phone's on the porch, she whispered, and Violet crawled away in the throat. Her phone was upstairs charging. A soft tapping, tapping, tapping filled the silence. Annie's voice widened in the window. It was the sound of someone's forehead slowly and repeatedly bumping against the glass. Then the blows accelerated, gaining both speed and strength, skin meeting glass, until they were slamming to the window hard enough to shake the panels. A moment later of tapping stopped, and I asked Annie if I could look now. And she screamed, followed by the sound of cracking glass and a tremendous clash. Whoever was in the yard had smashed her face hard enough to windows shatter it. We ran up the stairs, 2 steps at a time, skipping the run ones out of the habit. I turned and looked behind me, and Annie yanked my face before I could see. The sound of the glass breaking echoed behind us and made us to the bathroom, locked the door. A weak, mellow cry, and the infant calling its mother filled the backyard, trapping between the walls and the entryway. Annie threw her back against the door, feet jammed into the bathtub, clutching a knife she had grabbed from the kitchen, and I joined her. Shoulder to shoulder, we did the same. Slowly, footsteps startled the stairs, calculating, casual. The cry took a mocking quality, resembling a laughter, after a short, shrill burst of sound, following high-pitched giggles. And then silence only started after a moment later. The first door upstairs of the bedroom, you could hear a distinct sound of slamming open. They were looking for us. The fuck is going on? I asked Annie, not even bothering to brush away the tears I couldn't keep from falling. I watched my sister pick herself off the floor and braced her hands on the door as we heard the sounds of the second door slamming open. This room. The next room was the hallway and bathroom. Annie pulled me to the feet and handed me a knife. I shook my head and I pulled it back to her, terrified of what happened if I had to use it. Annie shoved me and pressed the knife into my hand. Thumb pressed hard enough along the edge to draw blood. I was watching the wind, winding road and crimson rivulet cascading down the wrists. In spite of pain, Annie continued to push the blade into my hands. Finally, I took it from her. Something slammed against the wall that Mom's room shared to the bathroom. A high-pitched howl followed. I held my breath and followed my breath, hearts beating frantically in the base of my throat. I'm gonna get the phone from my room, my sister said. I shook my head dramatically in protest. Before I could say a word, Annie clamped a hand over my mouth. I could taste the blood in her hands, salt and sweet like birthday cake in the ocean. Yes, I'm gonna get the phone. I'm gonna call the cops. We're gonna be okay. I shook my head again. It's the only way, Annie insisted. When I go, I need you to lock the door. And I want you to only open it for anything or anyone. Not for me, not for anyone. Promise me. I shook my head and Annie pressed on against my mouth, pushing the teeth against the lips and forcefully made my eyes water. Promise me. Something smashed the door next door. Annie brushed the hair of my face and gently tucked it behind my ears. Promise. she mouthed and unlocked the door, and slowly as possible she bolted, scraping gently. I watched the curve of her shoulder disappear into the darkness hall, the moonlight eclipse, and then she was gone. I couldn't move and breathe for a second, and I slammed the bolts shut. There was something bouncing off the outside of the door. A high-pitched scream ensued, followed by a handle rattling down hard, enough to pop a screw loose. I watched him roll towards the tiles, and everything was still. I sat back in the door, holding the knife, and I wished I was holding Annie's hands. Filing, the silence continued. For a moment I could sound was breathed slowly in the filing room. The voice broke, and this illusion solitude. A familiar voice in the door startled, and I gripped the knife as firmly from board. Honey, what's going on? Mom? The voice cracked. Mom, is that you? I wrapped my arms around myself to keep them shaky. Sweetie, it's okay. Just open the door. It's okay. Just let me in. The handle rattled again, gently this time. Just let me in. It's all okay. She begged impatiently at the door, and I took the handle of the boat. Honey, I'm sorry that I missed your birthday. I'm sorry that you're a terrible mother. Please. The voice broke, and she started crying. Just let me in, baby. I'm so sorry. I screwed my eyes shut. She sounded like so sad and so lost. I just wanted her to hold me like she did when I was a kid, and I'd come scrape my knee and falling to the swings. Maybe this time it meant it. Perhaps it was all okay. My hands found its way to the bolts again. My sister's voice came through the door, warmly chanting, Yeah, Emmy, let us in. It's all okay. My hands froze in the bolts, and I tightened my grip on the weapon, and he never called me by my full name. A hand banged the door, handle randomly. Emily, let us in. Annie's voice became low and gruntled, followed by the same shrill giggles from before. Mom spoke now, pleading and crying, her voice growling louder and louder. Let us in, let us in, let us in. She shouted over and over again, punctually, her fist on the door. I thought about bedtime stories that demons and monsters would pray and never crawl into our bed. That's not my sister and not my mother. I screamed through the door, hands over my head. I climbed to the bathtub, curled in fetal position, and clutched the knife to my chest. I didn't know what it was outside the door, but I knew it wasn't Annie, and it wasn't the voice that scolded me whenever I changed the TV channel, the one that sang to me happy birthday, the one that told me that I was smart enough to get bad grades, the one that read me stories of princes and that never woke up wasn't human. Bangs and yells from the outside followed the footsteps of people running. A low girl howl ripped to the house, filling the room and felt it drowning. The sound of the door kicking. I screamed, covered my eyes, waited to die. A moment later, the arms found me, lifted me from the tub and carried me from the room. I looked outside the door. I was taken downstairs to the exterior, covered in long, straight, long claws, stretched on the floor. I found the hallway covered with soft, drowning remains of torn pillows, making the appearance of snowed doors. I watched the tiny feathers drift slowly. The men in uniforms checked each room that looked like they had been ripped apart by something feral. Outside, police cars and the ambulance waited for our driveway, and there, in the middle of it all, was Annie, bathed in blue and red lights and glowing in the dark with neon angel. I threw myself on the officer's shoulders and ran to her, and I held us both together, broken pieces of all staring under the constellation we concocted. Muffled screams came from the ambulance, which rocked occasionally. Annie gently turned away her head, smiling so sadly that her chest ached. I understood. Turns out there was no demon, no wild animal, no bad men were trying to break in. It was just Mom, out of her mind on booze, drugs, and everything in between. Coming to the end of the long week binge, something had finally broken inside her head, and every time we couldn't pull her back together, no matter how hard we tried. Sometime we fall one last time and then never come back. Annie had seen her rail thin frame in the garden, blood dripping from her mouth, track marks bulging from her forearms, and unmapped roads, desperate for one more hit, one more fix. She'd searched for the kitten and all her alcohol had been thrown away. And then she'd found Annie. She were hunting the stash hidden in the bathroom. She hadn't wanted me, just the drugs on the other side of the door. She'd been so high she'd be able to mimic Annie's voice nearly perfectly. The real monsters are the ones that eats you away slowly, the kind that come for a bottle or needle at the end of a long list. For a reason you can't get out of your bed in the morning. Sometimes the monsters are the ones that raise and love you the most, but it's up to you to let them in. That was Don't Let Them In by Maddie. All those doppelganger stories are too similar. That wasn't even a doppelganger. That was just her legit mom that was like on drugs. Her mom was like so like drugged up that it was like, I was like, no, not that. I've been doing this for 3 hours and I'm not even finished. These stories are long. Okay, they're not long, but they don't feel long, but they're long. And I have like 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 more stories. Yeah. Move this, move this, move this, move this. Alright, I'm gonna read Bedtime. I'm assuming it's by the same person. Part 1, the beginning. Bedtime is supposed to be a happy event for children. For me, it was terrifying. While some children might complain about being put in bed before having finished watching a film or playing their favorite video game, when I was a child, nighttime was something to be truly fearful. Somewhere in the back of our minds, it still is. As someone who trained in the sciences, I cannot prove what happened to me was objectively real, but I swear that I am experiencing genuine horror, a fear in which my life may to say they may have been equivalent. I will relate to you all in the best that I make. You will be glad you get off my chest. I cannot remember exactly when it started, but my apprehension towards falling asleep seemed to correspond with the being moved into my room of my own. I was 8 years old at the time until we shared room, happily quietly with my older brother, as perfectly as understandable of a boy 5 years of my senior. My brother eventually wished the room of his own, and the result I was given a room in the back of the house. The small, narrow, yet oddly elongated room, large enough for a bed. Okay, this is just links. For a couple of chests and drawers, and not so much else. It couldn't really explain because, even the age, I understood that we did not have a large house, and had no real cause to be disappointed, as my family had both loving and caring. I was happy childhood during the day, a solitary window looking out the back garden. Nothing out the ordinary, but even during the day, the lights which crept to the room seemed almost hesitant. As my brother was given a new bed, I was given a bulgur air bed, which was used to share. While I was upset about sleeping on my own, I was excited at the thought of being able to sleep on the top bunk, which seemed far more adventurous to me. When the first night, I remembered a strange feeling of unease. Creeping slowly from the back of my mind, I lay to the top bunk, staring down at my action figures in the cars sewn across the green glue carpet as imaginary battles of adventure shook down between the toys of the floor. I couldn't help but feel but the eyes being drawn towards the bottom bunk, eyes moving in the corner of my eye, something which do not wish to be seen. The bunk was empty, impeccable, between the dark blue blanket tucked in neatly, particularly covering the two bland white pillows. I didn't think anything of the time. I was a child. The noise sipping through the door from my parents' television bathed into the warm sense of safety and well-being. Yes, you should know this song. Isn't it like the Nutcracker? Für es Elise. The music box. Just a tempo. I'm just gonna make that lower. Where is that? I fell asleep. Yeah, general music box melody. And the bunk was empty. Oh, I read that. Fell asleep. When you awaken from the deep sleep to something moving or stirring, it takes a few moments for you to truly understand what is happening. The fog of sleep hangs over your eyes and ears when you were lucid. Something was moving, there was no doubt about that. At first, I wasn't sure what it was. Everything was dark, almost pitch black. There was enough light creeping from the outside outlines of narrowly suffocating the room. I don't know where I am.
Two thoughts appeared in my mind, almost simultaneous. First was my parents were in bed, because the rest of the house lay both in darkness and silence. The second thought turned to the noise which had obviously woken me. As the last cobwebs of my sleep withered in my mind, the noise took a more familiar tone. Sometimes the simplest sound can turn almost unnerving. The cold wind whistled through the tree outside, a neighbor's footsteps uncomfortably close, or in case, the simple sound of bed sheets rustling in the dark. And that was it. Bed sheets rustling in the dark, as if some undisturbed sleeper was attempting to get all too comfortable in the bottom bunk. I lay there in disbelief, thinking that noise was either my imagination, or perhaps just a pet cat finding somewhere comfortable to spend the night. It was then I noticed my door shut as I'd fallen asleep. Perhaps my mom had chucked in on me and the cat had sneaked into my room then. Wait, is it open or closed? Let's start saying that. Wait, what? Perhaps I noticed that my door shut as it had been. So it was closed. I'm very confused. Yes, it must have been it. I turned to face the wall, closing my eyes, and faint hope that it would fall back to sleep. As the moments of rustle noise underneath me ceased, I thought that I had been disturbed by a cat. So quickly I realized that the visit of the bottom bunk was much less mundane than if I tried to sleep, but much more sinister. Oh shit. As if alerted to and disgruntled by my presence, the disturbed sleeper began to toss and turn violently, like a child having a tantrum in their bed. I could hear the sheets twist and turn with increased ferocity. Fear, when gripped me, not like the subdued sense of unease I had experienced earlier, but now potent and terrified. My heart raced and my eyes panicked. Scanned in almost impenetrable darkness, I let out a cry. As most young boys do, I instinctively shouted to my mother to hear something stir on the other side of the house. But I began to breathe a sigh of relief as my parents were coming to save me. The bunk bed suddenly started to shake violently as it gripped my earthquake. Grabbing the walls, I could hear the sheets below me thrashing around torrent malice. I did not jump down to safety as I feared that thing in the bottom bunk would reach out and grab me, pulling me in the darkness, so I stayed there, white knuckles clenching my own brackets as I shrouded protection and weight seemed like an eternity. The door finally thankfully burst open as I laid lights in the bottom bunk, resting place and wanted a visitor and place empty. I cried for mom to console me. Tears and fear followed relief streamed down my face. Yet all there was horror and relief. I did not tell her why I was so upset. Can't explain it, but as though whatever has been in my bottom bunk would return if I even so as much spoke to it. So uttered a simple sentence of existence was what was the truth. I do not know, but as a child I felt as if seeing malice. Remained close, listening. My mother laid in the empty bunk, promising to stay here until morning. Eventually my anxiety diminished. Tiredness pushed me back towards bed, and I remained restless. Waking several moments into the sound of bed rustle sheets, I remember the next day wanting to go anywhere, be anywhere, but in that narrow, suffocating room. And that Saturday I played outside happily and with my friends, although my house had not been larger. We were lucky, and long, somber garden in the back. We played there often, and overgrown with bushes. Sycamore tree towered over anything else, and easily imagine ourselves in those of great adventures and untamed exotic land. I'm pretty sure the mom died. Like, they replaced the mom, like, for sure, they replaced the mom. Her mom's gone. For sure. As fun as it was, occasionally my eye would turn to the small window, occasional sight and infurious but me, a thin boundary of looking glass in this strange, cold pocket of dread outside the lush green surroundings in the garden filled with smile faces. My friends would not distinguish the creeping feeling crawling in the way, my spine, my hair, standing edged. The feeling of something in that room watching me play, waiting for the night when I would be alone, eager, filling with hate. It was a sound strange to you, but at that time my parents ushered me back into that room for that night. I
did nothing. I didn't protest. I didn't even make an excuse to why I couldn't sleep there. I simply sulkily walked into that room, climbed a few steps to the top, bunked, and waited. As an adult, I would be telling everyone about my experience, but even at that age, I felt almost silly to be talking about something which I had no evidence for. I would be lying, whatever. If it was primary reason, I still felt like if that thing would be enraged if I so much spoke to it. It's funny how certain words can remain hidden in your mind, no matter how blatant or obvious they are. One word came to me the second night, lying there in the dark alone, frightened, aware of rotten change in atmosphere, a thickening of air of something had displaced as I heard the first casual twist, bed below, the first anxious increase in my heartness, and realized that something was once again in the bottom bunk. A word had been set in exile, built up with my consciousness breaking free. All percent gasping for air, etching and carved into my mind. Ghost. When that thought came to me, I noticed that my unwelcome visitor had ceased moving. The bed sheets lay calm and dormant, but they had been replaced with something far more hideous. A slow, rhythmic, rasping breath heaved and escaped from the thing below. I could imagine its chest rising and falling, which each so did, wheezing and garbled breath. I shuddered and hoped beyond all hopes that it would leave without occurrence. The house laid as it did in previous nights in the thick blankets and darkness. Silence prevailed all but the prevents of the breath of yet seen bunkmate. I laid there terrified. Must have wanted that thing to go, but leave me alone. What did it want? And something unmistakably chill transpired. It moved. It moved in a way different from before. When it threw itself around bottom bunk, it seemed unrestrained, without purpose, almost animalistic. This movement, however, was driven by awareness, with purpose, with a goal in mind. For that thing lying in the darkness was a thing that seemed intent on terrorizing a young boy. Calmly and nonchalantly sat up. Its labored breathing had become louder, not only a mattress, a few flimsy wood plates separated the body from the unearthly breathing below. I lay there, my eyes filled with tears. A fear which mere words cannot relate to you or anyone else coursed through my veins. I would not believe that this fear would have been heightened. I was so wrong. I imagined that this thing would look like sitting there, listening to me below my mattress, hoping to catch the slightest hint that I was awake, imagining when I turned to my unnerving reality. I began to touch the wooden slats with my mattress sat on. It seemed careless. Pressed them carefully, running as I imagined my fingers hand across the surface of the wood. Then with great force it proceeded angrily between the two slats of the mattress. Even though it patted, it felt like as though something had viciously stuck their fingers into my side. I let out an almighty cry and wheezing, shaking, moving through the bunk bed. Low, replied in a kind by violently vibrating the bunk as had been done the night before, shaking, flaking, the paint powdered into the blankets, into the walls, into the frame. Bed scraped along backwards and forwards. Once again I was bathed in light, and there stood my mother, loving, caring, as she always was, a comforting hug and calming words that eventually subdued my hysteria. Of course she asked what was wrong, but I could not say. I dared not say. I simply said one word over and over. Nightmare. Oh, is this the backstory of Michael Reeves? Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Nightmare. Oh shit. This pattern of events occurred for weeks, if not months. Night after night, I would awaken to the sound of rustling sheets. Each time, I would scream as to not to provide this abomination the time to prod and feel for me. With each cry, the bed would shake violently, stopping with the arrival of my mother, who would spend the rest of the nights in the bottom bunk, seemingly unaware of the sinister force torturing her son nightly. Among the way, I managed to foreign illness a few times and come up with a less than truthful reason for sleeping in my parents' bed, but more than often than not, I would be alone for the first few hours of each night in that place, the room where the lights from the outside did not sit right. Alone with that thing, in that time where you become desensitized to almost anything,
no matter how horrific. I had come to realize that, for whatever reason, that thing could not harm me when my mother was present. I'm sure that the same would have been said for my father, but as loving as he was, waking him up sleep was almost impossible. After a few months, I had grown accustomed to my nightly visitor. Not to mistaken this for some unearthly friendship, I detested the thing. I was still feared it greatly. I was almost sense of desire as it personally, if I could call it that. When filled with perverted and twisted hatred, yet longing for me. Of perhaps all things, my greatest fear was realizing in this winter. The days grew short, and longer nights really provided the wrench for more opportunities for a difficult time for my family. My grandmother, and a wonderfully kind, gentle woman, had disoriented greatly since the death of my grandfather. My mother was trying her best to try her in the community as long as possible. Whenever dementia has cruel degenerate illness robbed the person of their memories of the time, soon she recognized none of us. And it became clear that she would need to move on from her house to a nursing home. Before she could be moved, my grandmother was particularly difficult a few nights from my mother's deciding that she would stay with her. As much as I loved my grandmother, she felt nothing but anguish at her illness.
Oh, how you doing, Snake?
I missed you. I haven't seen you in forever.
I seriously missed you.
Where was I? To this day, I felt guilty that my first thoughts were not of her, but the nightly visitor that would do it aware of my mother's absence. Her presence being one thing, which I was sure of protecting me of the full horrors of the night's reach.
Yeah, I know. It feels like you were gone for that long. Well, the times I see you is because I've been actively seeking for you, but like, I haven't seen you here in a long time. Oh, wait. What is that there? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. There you go. Yeah.
Alright, where was I? I rushed home from school that day and immediately wrenched into bed sheets and mattress from the lower bunk, removing all slats and placing an old desk, a chest of drawers, and a chairs that kept in cupboards in the bottom bunk used to be. I told my father I was making an office which was found adorable, but I would be damned if I would give a thing a place to sleep one more night.
Time zones are hard to do, but I do my best to drop by. Yeah. I mean, most of the time you're like busy with your stream. That's why. Because you became a real streamer now. Meanwhile, I'm still here, like, barely doing anything. So, yeah. It'd be like that. Alright. I feel like I have a bunch of messages that I need to read, but I'm just like not reading them. Yeah, no, I'm glad. I'll see how things go when I hit affiliate. Yeah. Prometheus gave me his first what's it called? Prime subprime, what is it called? Subscription with Prime. Free Prime subscription. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, he's got the first founder, the first month subscriber badge. Yes, Prime sub Prime. You know what they say? Put in if you have an Amazon account with Prime, be sure to use your free subscription. All right. feel like a real streamer now that like I got my first sub, and I'm like, hey, use your sub.
Oh man. As darkness approached, I lay there knowing my mother was not in the house. I did not know what to do. My only impulse was to sneak into her jewelry box and take a small family crucifix, which I had seen there before. While my family was not very religious, at that age I still believed in God and hoped that somehow this would protect me, although fearful and anxious while gripping the crucifix. Under the pillow tightly in hand, sleep eventually came as if I drifted into sleep and dream. I hoped that I could awaken in the morning without indices.
Poggers.
Incident. Unfortunately, that night was the most terrifying of all. I woke up gradually, the room once again dark. As my eyes adjusted, I could gradually make out the window of the door and the walls of some toys and some shelves, and even to this day I shudder and think of it. But there was no noise, no rustle of sheets, no movement at all. Room felt lifeless, yet not empty. The nightly visitor was unwelcome, uneasy, hate-filled thing, which had terrorized me night after night, was not in the bottom bunk, but was in my bed. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. Utter terror had shaken the very sound out of my voice. I lay motionless, as if not to scream. I did not want it to let know I was awake. I had not yet seen it. I could only feel it. It was obscuring under my blanket. I could see its outline. I could feel its presence, but I dare not look. The weight as it pressed down on the sensation I never thought. When I say the hours passed, I did not exaggerate. Laying there motionless, in the dark, I was every bit scared and frightened young boy. If it was during the summer months, I would have been light by then. But the grasp of winter is long and unrelenting. I knew it had been hours before sunrise, and sunrise which yearned for. I was timid child by nature. But I reached a breaking point, a moment where I could wait no more, where I survived under the intimate, deviant abomination no longer. Fear can sometimes wear you out, make you threadbare, a shell of nerves, leaving only the slightest trace of you behind. I had to get out of that bed, and I remembered the crucifix. My hand still lay under the pillow, but it was empty. I slowly moved my wrist around to find it. Minimalized at best, I could have found the vibration cause, but it was not to be found. Had he knocked it off the top bunk, or it had. Could not even bear to think of it. Then taken from my hand, without the crucifix, I lost all sense of hope. Even at a young age, you have been acute aware of what death is, and intensely frightened by it. I knew I was going to die in that bed. If I lay there, dormant, passive, doing nothing, I had to leave that room behind, but how? Should I leap the bed and hope I make it out to the door? What if it's faster than me? Or should I slowly slip out the top bunk, hoping not disturbed by an uncanny bedfellow? Realizing that it had not stirred me when I moved, trying to find the crucifix, I began to have the strangest thoughts. What if it was asleep? It hadn't so much as breathed since I had woken up. Perhaps it was resting, believing that it was finally gotten me, that I had finally in its grasp. Perhaps it was toying with me, after all it had been doing for countless nights, and now with me under it, pinned against my mattress. With no mother to protect me, maybe it was holding off, savoring its victory until the last possible moment, like an animal savoring its prey. I tried to breathe as shallowly as possible and mustered every ounce of courage I could. I reached over slowly, my right hand I began to peel the blanket off me. What I found under those blankets almost stopped my heart. I did not see it, but as my hands moved the blanket, I brushed against something smooth. and cold. Something felt unmistakably like a gaunt hand. I held my breath in terror. I was sure it must have known that I was awake. Nothing. It did not stir. I felt dead. After a few moments, I placed my hand carefully further down the blanket. I felt a thin, poorly formed forearm. My confidence had almost twisted sense of curiosity grew as I moved down further to disproportionately large biceps arm. The arm was upstretched, lying across my chest, with the hand rested on the rest shoulder, and had grabbed in me in my sleep. I realized I had to move this cavernous appendage as if being even so much hope to escape its grasp. For some reason, the feeling of torn, ragged clothes on the shoulder of the night invader stopped me in tracks. Fear once again swelled in my stomach, in my chest as I recoiled my hand in disgust and touch of straggled old hair. I could not bring myself to touch its face. Although, I wondered to the very day what it would have felt like. Dear God, it moved. It moved. It was subtle, but it gripped my shoulder. Across my body strengthened. No, tears came. But God, how I wanted to cry. And its hands and arms slowly coiled around me. My right leg brushed along my cool wall, which the bed laid against. Of all that happened to me in that room, that was the strangest. I realized this clutching, harassing thing that drew great delight from violating a young boy's bed was not entirely on top of me. It was sticking out from the wall, like a spider, stroking its lair. Suddenly its grip moved and slowly tightened to a sudden squeeze. It pulled its claw into my clothes as if frightened the opportunity would soon pass. I fought against it, but its emancipated arm was too strong for me. Its head rose and writhed and contorted under the blanket. I now realized where it was taking me, into the wall. I fought for my dear life. I cried, then suddenly my voice returned to me, yelling, screaming, but no one came. And I realized it was so eager to suddenly strike. Why this thing had to have me now, through my window. The window which seemed to present so much malice from the outside streaked hope. The first rays of sunshine. It struggled further. Without it, would have just hold on. I could soon be gone. As I fought for my life, the unearthly parasite shifted, slowly, pulling itself into my chest. Its head now poking out from under the blanket, wheezing, coughing, rasping. I do not remember its features. I simply remember its breath against my face, foul and cold as ice. As the sun broke over the horizon, the dark place, the suffocating room of contempt was bathed in sunlight. I passed out as its scrawny fingers encircled my neck, squeezing the very life out of me. I awoke to my father offering to make me some breakfast. A wonderful sight indeed. I had survived the most horrible experience of my life until then. And now, I moved the bed away from the wall, leaving behind the furniture I had believed would stop that thing from taking the bed. Little did I think that it would try to take mine and me. Weeks passed without an incident, yet on one cold, frostbitten night, I awoke to the sound of the furniture where the bunk beds used to be vibrate violently in the moments it passed. I laid there. I should have heard distant squealing coming from the deep within the wall. Finally, fading into distance, I have never told anyone the story before. To this day, I still break in the cold sweats at the sound of the bed sheets rustling in the night, of the wheeze brought in the cold, common cold, and I certainly never sleep in the bed against the wall. Call it superstition, if you will, but as I say, I cannot discount conventional explanations as such to bed, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, or that of overactive imagination. But what I could say is this: the following year, I was given a larger room on the other side of the house, and my parents took a strange suffocating, elongating place of the bedroom. They said they didn't need a large room, so one big enough for the bed and a few things. The last 10 days, we moved in the 11th. Part 2. After writing my accounts of the horrific experience, I was an 8-year-old child. Many have encouraged me to speak out about the aftermath. Oh my gosh, my voice. I have hesitant to do so, as I had felt unsettled since. I broke my silence. Sleep is not easy to come these few nights. My skepticism, however, remained unresilient. And as such, I will tell of what I experienced in the other room. It won't be long, as the encounter only took place over a few days, but it was more than enough for me. If you recall, such unwelcome nightly visitor left me. I was moved into another bedroom, and a year later, the room was much longer than the previous one, and warm and welcoming atmosphere to it. Some places felt bad. The room before felt foul, but this one did not. Thankfully, I was given a normal bed. The previous one was taken apart and thrown out. A welcome sight, I might add. I loved the new room. I enjoyed the space of all my toys. I was happy the place was large enough that my friends dropped by, but most of all, I was relieved that I could just have the uneasy, foreboding parts of the house. On the first night, I slept more soundly than I had ever done in a long time. Of course, I still moved the bed several feet from the wall. I told my mother that I have friends that like to use the gap between the bed and the wall for hiding spaces when we were playing. I awoke the next day feeling refreshed and relaxed. As later, watching some of the favorite cartoons, the small portable television, I noticed something odd. An old, dark brown armchair, which had been there, sat in the underfoot of my bed, large and looming. It was frayed and worn, having been given to us apart from the sweets of my cousin, but had been used many times even then. The chair itself was not unusual, but it was unsettled me was that I could have sworn that before I had been asleep, the chair had been facing away from my bed. Now the cold light of the day, the chair was facing me. I assumed that my parents had moved it while I was asleep, perhaps looking for something which had been left there before we switched rooms. The second night, it was not restful. I was around 11 a.m. and I could hear my parents' television from the other side of the house. The room was slightly in dark. The only illumination was the light orange hue drifting through my window from the street lights outside. I lay there, content I hear something quiet, yet unmistakable. At first I thought it was the sound of my own breath inhaling and exhaling as I rest, but as I stopped for a moment in the quiet, almost inaudible, of someone else in the room, breathing in and out, not ceased. It continued rhythmically without pause. I lay there in the darkness. But while I still recovered from the terror instilled for me from my experiences in my previous bedroom, I was not entirely afraid. The breathing was so distant and unlike the wheezing I had heard during my encounter with that thing in the wall. I remained calm, and even the early age I believe that it was so subtle that it was probably my imagination playing tricks on me. Still, I took no chances. I stepped out of bed, walked across the room, turned on the lights. The sound was gone. I stared at that old worn armchair facing the foot of my bed, which was within reach distance where I had slept, and turned it to face the other way. I had no real reason to do so, but something about it sitting there filled me with dread. The third night I was not so fearless again. I woke in the darkness, lying on my back. I stared up in the ceiling, which seemed to be happy absorbing the dim orange lights of the street. The trees outside the window swayed in calm breeze, casting a strange collection of improbable moving shadows across the room. I could hear nothing but the long and distant hum of the night traffic. And just as I began to drift back to sleep, I heard it, a creak from the bottom of my bed, as if something had moved. A shift, a weight in the floor. I raised my head, peering through the darkness, but nothing seemed strange. Everything sat as it had done throughout the day. Nothing was out of place. I cast my gaze across the room. Some comics on the floor, a few boxes which had been unpacked in my armchair, unmoved, still facing away from the bottom of the bed. There was nothing sinister here. I was now fully awake, glancing over at the television, considering whether or not to enjoy some late-night TV. I had been to keep the volume low, of course, as my older brother would hear it in the next room, and no doubt tell me to switch it off. Just as I sat off in the fold of the bed, I heard it again. A low creak, accompanied by a sound. The sound of the slightest movements. I look again at the room. Dim orange shadows cast the leaves hanging the window, now look in more menacing form. I still saw no reason to be afraid. I stared at the chair at the end of the bed and saw nothing unusual about it. It was quite common for the mind to take a moment fully in turn with the wow scene. At that time, I put the full horrors that was in front of me together into a moment of cold, bitter realization. Yes, I was staring at the cold, worn armchair in the dark. But what I was staring at was a person sitting in it. In the dim light, I could only see the outline of a black back of its head, the rest obscured by the spine of the chair. I sat motionless, staring, praying, hoping that my eyes would have been misled by the surroundings. The slow creaks of movements have shifted, and the battered throne chilled me by the very core. There was no mere trick in the darkness, and it shifted into the right side. I knew what it was doing. It was turning to look at me. It was difficult to make out. For even that room is even darker than everything around it. I saw it look into the collection of long, fingerless lips. A crescent chair, another. The room was silent. The sound of that thing shuffled the seat, crashed in the racing heart. At first I could only make out the outline of its forehead, but then it began to rise up, revealing 2 pinpoints of light in dark recesses and deep-set eye sockets. It was staring at me. I screamed. And within the moment, my brother and mother came to my room, switching the lights on, asking if I had another bad dream. I sat speechless, and barely acknowledging them, staring intently. It was now an empty armchair. I was now at that room a new few days before we suddenly moved. I saw nothing of the remaining nights, except the last sleep in the room where I woke up in warm air, something breathing into my ear. I jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, slowly, rhythmically breathing. But something unseen remained. Louder than before, I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room. 2 years later, I slept soundly in the bed of the new house. And there has been no other incidents, and I'm sure I left behind whatever strays had plagued me. In the little average suburban home, I was somehow left one parting gift. My tormentors, in my opinion, the watchers in the armchair, was a different entity to the thing that elongated room. I had one surprise in store for me. Like one animal claiming to its territory, it was not entirely out of its grasp.
I hear fucking bubble KK. Yeah, perfect. Animal Crossing play. Alright, let's skip the song. Or we just wait. Alright, better.
More dark atmosphere.
Where was I?
Like an animal claiming
Its territory. Holy. That was so funny.
perfect time for Animal Crossing to come out to ruin the scary atmosphere. You scared, boy? No need to fear.
We have Isabel to take your dreams away. What was that? What's that song that is the scary song by KK? KK songs. Scary. KK Slider scary songs, yes. Is it Cordy? Is it Dirge? Oh no, it's Dirge. Okay, can you hear? Oh man. Oh hell no. This is one of your favorite songs, remember? Where am I? No, oh no, that's distracting me. Let me lower the volume a bit. Alright. Where am I? Oh, one last terrifying moment. I felt the presence of those things I laid in their sound asleep. 2 years since the horrifying experiences, I was the throes of nightmares and suddenly, happily found myself awake, sound, safe, in bed. That room was darker than usual, a breath of sigh of relief of the one waking from nightmares, but the room was so dark I couldn't see at all, as if something had snuffled out the life. I chuckled to myself, realizing I must have pulled the blanket up and covered my face while sleeping. The cotton felt so good against me that the air, too warm, almost stifling. Just as I was about to remove the blanket to get some air, I heard it. And last time I heard it, the rhythmic breathing of the watcher at the end of my bed. Fear gripped me, following the anger and despair that would not let me alone. I then did something most particular, decided to speak to it. Perhaps this thing did not mean to harm me. Perhaps I was unaware of the terror it caused. Should the young boy deserve some mercy? As it breathed, it grew louder and closer. I began to cry. I feel the presence of the other side of the blanket, breathing hanging over the stagnant wind. Though the tears of other two words surely would put end of this. Please stop. The breathing began to change. It began more animated, quicker somehow. It would hear something shuffling next to me, standing close by. The breathing then moved. First back, foot to the bed, and then slowly across the room, to the door, out the hallway, and then gone. Half crying, half elated, I lay in still darkness, my face still covered in the blanket. You may consider this a victory of sorts, but I do not. If those things were real, I know beyond the shadow of doubt that their intentions were not misconstrued. They were twisted, filled with malice. I could normally never use the word to describe anything, but to close as evil as I hope to ever come. Pretty sure the song is over. Sad face. Where am I? Oh, there's a part 3? How is that even creepier? How do I know that? I'll tell you how. Moments after that thing seemed to have left the house, something pressed forcefully down the top of me, pushing the blanket with greater strength against my face. I could feel a large hand and long, thin fingers wrapping and covering around my skull, its nails imprinting upon like razor-sharp ridges. I managed to slide down the gas between the bed and wall, quickly making an escape, clamoring and screaming out of my room, waking up my family. There's no mistake that thing in the darkness tried to smother me to death. Part 3. My fears realized. A few days ago, I submitted 2 nightmarish accounts of my childhood. Perhaps you could best read them to truly comprehend what had befallen me. I had been compelled to silence, gripped the irrational fear by somehow, even after all these years. Should I speak of it? This thing that I seek? Me and once again wreak havoc to my life? It was the name of science that I reasoned I confronted these fears and set out to vanquish those tormenting memories once and for all that share me with these others, exposing them for what I believed they were, a delusion of a troubled child. I've held on to my skepticism and rationality my entire life. I had allowed them to define me. But the morning I was presented with verifiable physical evidence of what I do not know, but I cannot be ignored. And it seems strange to me that the few nights that have been tainted by apprehension and misfortune, after finally breaking my silence, that I have no longer rely upon entirely conventional explanations.
In the wake of sharing those traumatic experiences I had as a child, I had been plagued by overwhelming sense of unease. Initially, I had attributed to the fears I had experienced and simply reliving those terrible events in my mind as if the days passed like they were more feelings of imminent doom consumed my every thought. The feeling of sleep came to me, rested not. Each morning I awoke, my nerves on edge, as if deprived of sleep of her age. Nothing overtly frightening happened during the first few nights. No visitations, no unwelcome bedfellows, no wheezing, breathing, reaching out deep within my bedroom walls, but I had a distant familiar feeling that did not being alone. Do not misunderstand. I did not sense someone in the room with me. I did not hear, smell, or feel anything remotely supernatural, but throughout my days and nights I have sensed something subtle, almost the periphery of my awareness. I really cannot read. Hee-ho. The feeling that something is on its way, something is coming, like the first few stagnant blasts of air in the subway tunnel, hurting the arrival of the lurking, unstoppable monstrosity, surprising yet unexpected. Yet expected. My sense of unease grew with each passing day, pushing the way under my skin. Keyboard is broken. My sense of uneasy withdrew, each passing day passing under my skin deep within my mind. Some form of cancerous infection. I tried to focus my attention on various writing projects, in vain attempt to fill my mind with the brim of other thoughts, hopefully leaving no room for those contaminated memories, but those thoughts came to me nonetheless. My anxiety gained momentum until I think of nothing else. I had to do something. I had to study psychology for years in university. With this, I knew that anxiety is often more a result of loss of control, and that one would be most efficient ways to combat that empower oneself. This is what I intend to do. Call it foolhardy, but I was going to go back to that place, that house where those terrible events took place. I was going to confront those memories and expose them for what they were. Nonsense. It was our drive to the old home, but it was filled with elation. I was confident at ease. I was happy with control, with nothing going on except the way of showing that the place that feared my entire life was nothing but an average, humdrum, harmless little suburban house. Gleefully negotiating the country roads and motorway, finally I made my way to the city. Gradually, the streets began to feel familiar. Appearance, memories of playing in the neighborhood came flooding back to me. The play park, and the favorite slide, and the ash pitch. Never play football. My schoolyard filled with hide and seek, friendships long since abandoned, but never forgotten. A new song. A new KK slider. KK. Corre. Alright. Let's hear Corre. Sounds more like Mario music. My mind wandered through those memories like prodigal sons walking home, wandering so much before I realized I was pulling the streets where I had lived. It feels so loud. The road and long disappeared in the distance, finally entering the sharp, blind turn. It was an old neighborhood that had been planted and built long before the advent of car. This was evidenced by the narrowness of the roads, creating the strangest claustrophobic feeling, as if the houses on each side rose up, leering at the passerby-bys. I slowed my steed and casted my eyes over the house as I passed to the uniform place. With every house looking not dissimilar, my heart suddenly began to beat faster and the cold chill crawled my spine. There it was. There was the house. It was late afternoon, and the street was quiet, almost lonely. I stared at the little places, wondering
how such an ordinary home could be instill such fear in me. I initially intended to go look into the house from afar, confirming to me the material construction entirely explicable, removed from anything uncanny. But I was parked and looked a deep breath. Before I knew it, I was out of the car, walking towards the old metallic gate. It was bright floor shapes and darkened my age, flaking deep green paint, revealing nothing but the rust beneath. I had fingerprints over the uneven top and subtle gasp. I pushed it open. Walking along the path, I was shocked at how disgusting the garden was. I thought to myself how much of a waste this good lawn it was, which was all but obscured by thick mosaic weeds and the invasive species, and it near the house. I realized why it was unoccupied, why again a shudder crept through me, why the anxiety rose up. I crushed my rational mantra. The simplest explanation is usually the correct one. I assume that due to the current economical climate, the house has probably been on the market for some time, and the owner wasn't too aware of the old sentiments of the first bite in the eye. And I looked around and see no for sale sign, nor one to be let. It generally seemed to be though the house had been forgotten, abandoned, and left to rot. The windows in the front of the house were filthy and such, almost impossible to see through. I wandered around the back of the building, and if I could see more clearly inside, I would imagine this house such as one to be empty, but the contrary. It was entirely occupied by trappings of modern life. I could see a television sitting in the living room corner, a coffee table and a magazine stored across it, various pieces of furniture sitting on, used, and a couple of coffee cups sitting in the windowsill, still full, covered in mold. I would have thought this house was lived in was not for a thick layer of dust laying over everything, accompanied by occasional spiderweb. It seemed as though the most recent occupants have left in a hurry and never returned. Clambering through the sea of wasted high grass and bushes, I eventually arrived at the innocuous little window in the back of the house. A very slight frightened me, but this was a memory that did not feel strange, feeling being watched from within. As I had experienced as a child, peering in, the room looked eerie familiar. I suppose it was little that can be done. The room was so small, so oddly narrow, but there in dirt-covered glass, the room was almost unchanged. I had slept in a bed, left drawers, and it looked like an assortment of toys on the floor. A profound sense of anger washed over me momentarily, but I shook it quickly. In my mind, the room was clearly that of a child, and I thought that thing harmed an innocent filled me with contempt, and such thoughts that within me swelled the desire to protect any child from that abomination. As I gazed from the wall of the bed alongside it, the hairs of the back of my neck stood up for the moment, and for only a slight, I thought I saw the blanket on top of the bed move. More than that, I thought the window panel, I could have sworn I heard wheezing, gasping. Close my eyes, thought I repeat another scientific mantra. Science does not owe its debt to imagination. Open his eyes. I saw nothing but an empty bedroom, no foul spirits, no unearthly things. Just the room, no less, no more, no less. I breathed a sigh of relief, and it was well with word. For the first time of many days, you think of the wishful thinking, but I gently felt that I showed myself I was nothing but scared of. Other than the overactive imagination, I was starting to get dark, and I wanted to leave my home before night. What the hell's going on? No, my uncle's here for some reason. I don't know why, but he's here. Alright. I opened my eyes. Where was I? Opening my eyes, saw nothing but an empty bedroom. No false spirits, no unearthly things, just a room, no less, no more, no. Yeah, I read that. And I gently felt I had myself was nothing but to be scared of for overactive imagination. Okay, I think I read that already. I'm starting to hear static. That's creeping me out. I hear screamings outside. I'm gonna turn off the I'm gonna take off the noise remover and see if you could hear that. Okay, you don't hear anything, I guess. I'm gonna turn it back on. What stopped? Right. Oh, it's happening again. Undid it. Hopefully you could hear something. If not, then whatever. Alright, I'm gonna turn it back on. Why? Every time I turn it back on, they start screaming, and then when I turn it off, they stop. What the hell is this person? Alright. Well, my uncle's here. After this story, I'm gonna end the stream, I guess. Alright. It was starting to get dark, and I wanted to be home before the night. Filled with confidence, now that my anxieties were beneath me, there was one last thing I needed to do. When we had left the house, we did so in a hurry, as a child was disoriented, even frightened to leave everything I knew behind. But there was one thing I left which I was wondering about. At the bottom of the garden stood a sycamore tree, which looked even older than the house. I was amazed at how unchanged it was. I had grown up under the pasture near. The old sycamore still stood wise, warm, almost friendly in appearance. I think it rites the passage of any child to have place in the high things. It often their first experience with independence, something removed from their authority figure. For me, my stash to have halfway up the old sycamore. I'm sure I must have looked like a fool, but I happily and gleefully climbed the tree with abandon. The configuration of the branches had changed in places, but the overall happy memories are placed alongside the limbs of the old sycamore. I've been in a little place of the world to myself, and that everything else seemed vivid as it was. Remarkable how much remained unchanged. Halfway up, I caught my breath and smiled to myself. In the central trunk, the tree lay hollow. Whether I had created it by an animal or perhaps a tug of gale on a weak branch long ago, I do not know, but it was where I kept things. If I found something which was where it had taken me, being inappropriate to the hollow, I would go. The truth is, though, it's a majority of items which is not very interesting. Most just toys, rare exotic pieces of contraband, like a slingshot or smoke bombs. I had no reason to hide these toys, but I was young and I felt adventurous to have secret. The hollow of the night had filled halfway of rotting leaves, no doubt deposited from where countless autumns nevertheless. I reached deep inside to see the remains. I couldn't believe it. I had found the toy I had hidden before we moved. All of the years ago, I could feel the plastic in my hand, the sharp edges unmistakable. But the leaves of darkness in the hollow obscure its view. For me, I struggled to remove it from the thick, wet mixture of rotting leaves and rain water. It seemed to be caught alongside the collection of small twigs. The reason I am so excited is that I knew that moved. I had left one of my favorite toys behind, a plastic toy, First World War British soldier. I had not sounded like much, but I had grown up in my family's stories of my grandfather's adventure, such before wars, and had passed away before I was born. I was often act out of exaggerated versions of the story and the small soldier role in the hero. My intrepid grandfather was at the time I thought a hollow and perfect hiding place for my soldier. My delight, however, quickly turned to horror. I felt a stick in my stomach as I pulled the soldier out. I realized it was not my toy, but something else entirely. Stuffed out the back of the hollow amongst the sludge was now my hand. Was the skeletal remains of a small animal. The bones crunched together, with my grip and the few small flakes of my hair left petrified between my fingers. I almost lost the balance and wrought. Potential smell death escaped my moist grasp, invading my senses. I climbed down and carefully dejected. There was nothing else in the hollow. My toys were gone, followed by another child during the subsequent years. What remained was a poor animal I buried under some loose earth in the garden. I left in place immediately. Despite the unfortunate encounter in the hollow, I felt empowered, and I had actually plucked the courage to revisit the place. To see how ordinary it was made me feel in control of more than the facilities. I did not the time to require anything other than conventional explanation. I said goodbye to my old neighborhood, to the bad memory, once for all.
and begin my way home. By the time I had driven into the motorway, something had begun to filter through my back of my subconscious as I disregarded it, dismissing it, as my imagination in the sun shrove and the last dipping below the horizon. I sensed a glowing of compulsion of me. The idea that seemed had been born, nurtured for no good reason, no rationale, no sound casual footing, but one which was to be followed at all costs. I must get home. I increased my speed, zipping sporadically between the slower cars and motorways, licking the rearview mirror, keeping the eye that might be following. I had to get home. Again, I drove faster, constantly looking behind me, racing the unseen pursuer. 70, 80, 100 miles per hour. I tore around the roads. I beeped and yelled, and sweat lashed off me. What was happening to me? Please let go. Let me home. White knuckled, I finally made it to the motorway into the country roads, which would lead me directly to my town. The road was narrow, wound around now bleak, ominous countryside. Darkness seemed to blanket road in front of me. I turned my full beam, a bright slight relief at the bright light again, even if artificial. The manic anxiety would seem to grip me on the northways appeared to have diminished. However, it still glared in the mirror window upon what I should have must have sure seemed to befall me, or ridiculous thoughts of things chasing my car to put myself in utter danger, my speed down the busy motorway, madness, still madness of not. I felt compelled to get away as quickly as possible, even though I still managed to collect my nerves. The loneliness of the road was still fueled by yearning for my own town, my own streets, my own bed. Nervously, I traversed the spider-led winding roads which seared through the countryside, feeling relieved for the first sign of the lamppost, the civilization, and the boundaries of my town. I built up the house, switching the engine off, sat in the moments of silence. I had all stopped and nonsense, things coming out the walls, watching smothering me in the night, looking for someone in the window in the parallel and all of the lunacy. Tomorrow I would start afresh. No more writing about my childhood experiences. No more reliving the dead-filled nights. Just get back at the normal, carrying in my work, spending time with my girlfriend, most reaffirming belief, faith, confidence in science and rationality. There was the thing, the back seat, lenient over, grasped me in the shoulder, and breath of foul, rancid breath, and deep sigh and lungs down, back in my neck. I scrolled into the door, and my arms flailing around, looking to the lock. Fear possessed me, shook me, as I remember it too well, a fear of those years ago. Lying awake, night, in the sickening room, the inside of the door. The car was grown much colder, but that was nothing compared to the icy fingers burrowed on my shoulder. I honestly thought I was gonna die. The thing would have finally gotten away from all this time. The door handle popped since I panicked gripped and I fell out the driver's seat into the pavement. For the briefest moments, I thought I had caught a glimpse of something in the back seat. Vague, the form of the old man, yet twisted, distorted grin, ear to ear. Lucky there was no one around. I had appeared a mad fool. The car was empty. I grabbed the keys, ignition, and booted the door shut and foot, locking it for the night. I staggered down the path of my house. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I drank myself to sleep last night. You may recall that I said I had actual evidence, physical evidence of something unnatural. You might be wondering what that evidence is. Well, I could say that it was marks in my shoulder that made the shudder in my fear. Or I could tell you that what my bedroom window lying pressed open in the morning by the looks of the claw marks was left me dread tonight, or any other, but no, none of that scared me as much as what I saw today upon waking. Sometimes the most frightening of messages is the most simple, for lying on the chest of when I woke in the morning was a toy soldier, a soldier I had hidden in the hollow all those years ago, returned to me as an adult, bitten in half. How's this part 4? Holy shit, how many parts is this? I'm gonna scroll down. Oh my god. Oh my god, no. Just no. That's a lot of writing. Part 4, something wicked. This way comes. Holy shit. I don't know if I'm gonna finish reading this. I'm legit gonna finish. I'm gonna try to finish reading this and then end the stream because oh my god, this is a long story. think I'm just gonna take me an hour. Holy shit. Last night there was the most heart-wrenching and frightening of my life, and so much that I can barely bring myself to contemplate it. But now I am submitted to occur during my visit to the cursed place I once called home, a visit which heralds the return of a childhood fears. No matter how foul thing befell me then, nothing would have prepared me for last night. After waking up to the chilling sight of a toy soldier bitten in half, I found that the window to my bedroom slightly ajar. On closer inspection, it looked entirely as if the window had been pried open from the outside. The latches were bent back out of position, as if subjected to unrestricted, unbound, brutal force. From the outside looking in, I could see the 3 indentations where the unwelcome housebreaker had some kind of tool to leverage the window unnaturally away from its latch. What was particular was the marks that seemed to cut across the outside of the window, like the frame of an old, uneven razor, unlike the crowbar or other implemented which would have merely left a dent. There would have been a wedge to force the window open. Nothing had been stolen, and I attempted to rationalize the markings of the window as human-made, and not claw-like as they appeared to be. The toy soldier returned to me so violently, I could not explain it. My heart sank at the very thought of it. I knew the message would seem to be more twisted joke announcing the arrival of the children predator, rather than something that puzzled me over the turbid. I spent the morning checking the room and the house, the contents. Nothing was missing. I could hope that whatever fiend had been back seat. My car was previous nights, and I had wished the frightening of one last night. And then, on its way, perhaps it would weaken far in the childhood bedroom. It was too easy for any sane person to persuade himself that the traumatic event is something more benign. But the instance I could not. The broken toy was merely a joke, but a promise it would return. For what I did not wish to know, my thoughts naturally tumbled inward and back on those frightful nights I had as a child. I was now to reach introduced into apprehension of bedtime. The longing of the day with an anxiety of night, like the old and restless enemy. My fear grew throughout the day, fear stirring inside and leading so strange and ominous thoughts about the consequences of unwillingly bringing those things back home. Do not misunderstand me. My fear was not simply of my own safety. As a child, I believed that my nightly visitor was transfixed and consumed by wanting me, but I did not feel that my loved ones were in danger. This, however, had changed. I did worry about this time. I did feel nothing but fear for my loved ones, because you see, I did not live alone. My girlfriend and I moved together over 2 years ago, and I had caused enough damage now that I did not want to speak her name and simply refer to her as Mary. Mary and I had a happy existence. In fact, we were much in love. The coming Christmas morning, I was going to propose to her, as the beautiful moments had been bitterly taken away by my rancid abomination. I knew that Mary would be home that evening. She worked the events and promotions as a result of often away in the home in days at a time, traveling around the country coordinating various conferences and exhibitions. I do not complain about this, as she and I both know the solitary character. An odd few days solitary normally is good, allowing me to drive headfirst into the writing, observe myself in every word undisturbed. No one is here, as far as anyone knows. Yeah, that's the one you use. Despite I was to miss her, there were events in my past week revealing the torturous nights and allowing me to return. I had missed the far more accurate I had ever previously done so. She arrived around 6 p.m. and I greeted her with a smile. And a warm embrace and a passionate kiss. I tried to hide the perpetuated state of mind from her, but Mary knows me better than anyone I have ever met and immediately inquired, "What's wrong?" I tripped and fumbled through words and explained to her that I had written a story about my childhood and I was exploring the dark and twisted memories that left me distraught. Mary has incredibly caring nature and she immediately laid the suitcase bags on the floor. She sat me down on the couch with her soft and gentle ways, asked me to talk about the whole ordeal, but I couldn't mention a thing. This wretched which had now found its way into our home, an invisible and twisted invader, which had led there by idiotic curiosity of the time, felt she would think me mad, but now I wish I had told her the truth. There was one thing that damaging the relationship, and the lie is a half-truth, not because of a deceitful, but because of corruption of the truth, perverted and abused, and suits the teller's needs. I told her my half-truth. I told her about the story about the thing in the narrow room and watch her in the end of my bed, and that the truth ended and the lie began. I deliberately and deceitfully mentioned that of course my imagination of my childhood and neglected to talk about the experience of returning the scene, those depraved crimes, knowing that she would see the damaged window latch, the claw marks, and spun the web. So I told her a grand tale about waking to a burglar attempt to break into her house and having chased him away. Despite the hero I lied to her, but she showed me great sympathy and kindness to my deception. I was embarrassed by the truth, and I am ashamed of my life now. I've been truthful, perhaps I could have faced the menace together. Instead, the Ting took advantage of my dishonesty, put a wedge between us. The events of last night dissipated, and most important thing of the world to me. Nighttime arrived, all those bleakness and unwelcome. I lay in the darkness, waiting Mary and I sleep next to me. Each breathed soothing reminder of company, but despite the glaring aversion of loneliness, it would sleep in the night and hear from the experience of uninvited guests would show itself, and do this so subtly, increasing the grip of visitation, and I required time to build on strength and leech, feeding on fear for succor. I don't know what's that word. The nerves kept me on edge, with fought back oncoming onslaughts which slept admirably. In the end, though, biologically won, and my bedside clock lumbered towards 4 a.m., sleep took over me. The relaxing bed, nighttime oblivion, anxiety washed away, and my worries a distant memory, sinking deeper in soft mattress below, and finally long sought for rest. Sleep, no matter how deep, is rarely all-encompassing, for I hovered for the cusp of the dream. Something began to bother me, something invasive, yet distant. I slowly opened my eyes and allowed them to adjust to darkness. Mary lay soundly asleep, and I calmed myself, but listening to her breath in the night inhaled was followed by exhale again and again, rhythmically, hypnotically. I began to drift towards sleep once more, but now there was something else, distinct yet indefinable. It was distant out the way, almost obscured and smothered. It was coming from behind, something I strained my ears to attempt to define. It was too quiet. I remained on the bed for several more minutes, but something each minute passing and almost an audible sound grazing from me, like broken glass of raw nerve. Sleep was now abandoned, and now frustration. I decided to reluctantly investigate the source of the noise. I sat up in bed, listening intently. It was unlike the sound I had ever heard. Quiet, low. My mind adjusted to noise and slowly began to piece it naturally together. It was certainly obscured by something, but the closest thing I could relate to was a repetitive murmur. I heard something similar previously when I was a child visiting my grandma in the nursing home, a place where left an impression on me. Seeing a wandering resident confused and fractured mind, menacing around the grounds like a lost inmate, murmuring repeatedly to himself the days gone past, repeating nonsensical phrases and words. This was the reminder of the continuous stream of indecipherable words uttering by the someone through the situation. I turned and checked to Mary, watching the chest rise and fall with each breath, assuring that she was undisturbed. I left the bed. As I stood up, I recognized immediately that the murmuring was louder. While dark, I left the light on. The hall was always crept under the door and allowed me to view the room in a dim but visible way. I looked around to see if anything was out of place, but the room appeared as expected. In my mind, I fell back in the night. As a child in the second room, one noises could hear from unseen yet ever present malice. I took a step forward as I did, so the noise once again grew in volume. Once I was still at the loss of deciphering the words, I now hear the character voice. It was old, scratching by age and harsh, guttural undertone to it. The words were being repeated fast and paced. It seems anxious, yet muffled in some unknown variant. I was frightened, but I drew strength from Mary being in the bedroom, and I took a deep breath filled with trepidation. I took another slow and silent step towards the bare feet cushion in my foot floor below. Again, the voice grew louder. I couldn't be sure what I was imagining, but I could see the sworn that it was more agitated as it drew closer. The next step I took shook me to the very core, for I was muttering, garbled voice grew louder. Amidst the garbling sound, I heard the word, a word that was shots of spicy shudder in the bones, a word that feared. It spoke my name. Dear God, it knew my name. To me, it was as if knowing who I am. It was something endowed, that thing, with unlimited reach. It may have never gotten rid of it. That could kill me at any moment. Something suddenly caught my eye. A moment accomplished by the rough of clothes. I knew now, not the remnant agitated voice or Jane. I knew that it was muffled. Difficult to decipher. I could see it, only a few feet in front of me, standing between the closed curtains. The moon was ascending outside. Its glimmer could be entirely penetrate the thick cloth. I could barely and faintly outline the thing watching between the window and the curtains. I can now convey the strangeness of when they overcame me. My anxiety and terror and heightened in the unusual convulsion. An untimely sense of purpose took me over. I had to see what it was. I took another tentative step towards the curtains. They swayed slightly as it caught my ears, but I did not tell them whether they moved had been caused by myself or the hand that thing hiding behind the shroud of cloth. I had now closed enough to hear its labored breathing, its displaced and fluid in the back of its throat, palpable for each inhalation. This was it. I was going to confront that monstrosity from the past, the tormentor of children, a coward raising in the right, and slowly accidentally touched the fabric of the curtain, causing a subtle ripple which parted them momentarily. I gasped for what momentary slit only for a moment I saw. My God, how can I describe this thing standing there? Even now I close my eyes, I wish I could erase it from my memory. It shivered and shook. It continued to murmur, repeating some indescribable phrase, sounding like a bizarre mixture of numerous languages. Its immense sated skin stretched over a unnatural frame, a riddle from prominent bones, vertebrae, ribs, and other inner organs. Oh, you want me to read Yaoi sausage? Do you not hear all the noise in the background? Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Now you hear everyone talking. I have people over. I don't know why, but people are over. Do you understand that? They,
Una vez fue con él abajo, la que era mi novia, cuando vivía al lado ahí conmigo. Una vez fue Karen en la mañana, ahí estaba a jugar con la bebé. Ya a comer, a comer.
what was it?
¿Qué quieres? ¿Qué te sirvo? Yo paso un cafecito.
Where was it? Oh, right. Inner workings almost protruding through the pale, thin, languidly pink, and almost visibly looking husky. The malnourished as it appeared, its stomach was disturbed. Places of bony appearance did nothing but diminish the feeling that it was capable of exerting itself with brute, perverted force of any of its victims. Sickness swelled in my stomach, a tainted, offensive smell filled the air, and as it mumbled and whispered in the darkness through the sound of the broken, fractured teeth, I could not help but feel pity for the wretched, quivering in the night and the victim of long starvation. I quickly came to my senses and realized that thing was not to be pitied but feared, not to be understood but exposed. It was not shivering because it was cold. It was shaking with excitement. like a drug addict, anticipating the next dose, standing there, contemplating what I should have seen between the curtains. I once again prepared myself to remove its shroud, clouded protection, and reveal it for what it was: a cold-hearted vandal, a prowler, the worst kind, a deviant, festering in its own direction. As I once again raised my hand to draw the curtain, something caught my attention. Its insensitive, confused gravelly, and inarticulate whisper squeezed through the broken mouth and uttered three most terrifying words I've ever heard. Look behind you. The cold breath slid down the back of my throat. Momentarily I froze, but I love its powerful motivator. I had been on my own, fear would have been taken me, shaking any possible resistance out of my mind. But Mary sleeping soundly in the same room, that thing shielded someone I loved with the wrench with only my thought. I turned around slowly. As I did so, I could hear it wheezing, gasping, groaning for air. At that quarter turn, I could smell its breath. The wretch of death hung in the air, plagued like a fowl. Then I heard another voice. It was not the horror and the darkness, but Mary. She let out a scream which startled and distressed the very core, a scream that haunted me for the rest of the days. I quickly turned and laid eyes on it, but it wasn't behind me. It was on the bed. It writhed and rasped, wheezing in delight, its bony claw spine curved in anguish, and countless ears protruding through the ragged, torn piece of clothing which hung loose over the torso. Its vain attempt to appear almost human. But was it human? Had it once been human? Or was it something vile, so despicable, so utterly and sorrowfully contemptible that no man or woman would ever attempt to quantify it, understand it? I sprung towards it, grabbing, hitting it, pulling it, every ounce of strength to loosen skins. Sippling through the hands, I squeezed and forced Mary's face into her pale face with glee, and other limbs arced and contorted, tearing the nitrous, running along, starved fingers in the naked body. Its sources caressed Mary's screams and muffled the pillow, and I could fear that she was suffocating. I shouted again and pleaded the thing to leave her alone, to take me, to do anything it wanted, but to serve, to animate and fiend, to even greater depths of depravity. It was hurting her, cutting her, my beautiful Mary. Suddenly I stopped attacking her, but it kept on, the brittle gangling gouts yet. It weighed hands back of Mary's head, pushing her head further into the pillow. I had my hands around my pictured neck, trying my best I could to strangle the beast, but the efforts were in vain. Its scrawny frame embellied in the overpowering strength. I watched its sickly disbelief as it began to run its cadaverous fingers through Mary's hair, slowly, almost with affection. And now, I could now hear the twisting and cranking of bones, the popping cartilage, the snapping of tendons. Thank God it's not coming from Mary. It was from the back of my arm, wrapping around its throat, with my chin rubbing against the brace of skin and shoulder. Its spine dug sharply into my stomach. It twisted its head entirely inhumane way. The neck clicked and groaned under the strain and arthritic movements. It hindered 1,000 years of rigor mortis.
Está todo para tirarla. Los tubos hoy de todo el baño ya está ahí como que necesitó la tubería de, bueno, es de plástico hasta, desde aquí hasta allá la.
It was now looking at me. I have heard it said that some people that cannot see the forest for trees, but now I truly appreciate that sentiment, so long that that's eye to its black, icy stare. I could not take its surrounding features. I increased my grist. I swore. I screamed. I could have torn this throat out if I could have, but it was all in vain as I continued to run scrawny fingers through Mary's hair nonchalantly while it looked at me. I didn't think I could ever truly recover from the sounding weep sweat through what I assumed would be approximation of a grim, a wheezing sigh, a grunt, something which sounded like a sinister, otherworldly laugh. As the face touched mine, my eyes stared deep into me. Not even my reflection was returned. Two looking glasses into the sanctuary of darkness, devoid of light, happiness, and love. It was staring and wished for say something. It was trying to communicate the simple idea to me, malice, which was ranting, stuttering, a violent movement. It tore entire fistful of hair from Mary's head, leaving behind the open wound. and it was gone. Mary did not scream, she merely whimpered. I turned the bedside lamp on. No words of care, no sympathy could console her. She wept uncontrollably. The bed was soaked in blood, which had swept out of numerous scratches on her back, which large cuts were entirely sections of her head had once been. I hugged her, told her that everything would be all right, and she looked at me. Looked at the tear-filled eyes. I knew that she thought immediately she thought I had attacked her, and that I had done those terrible things to her. Of all the experience I had, the look of betrayal, disgust, and contempt in Mary's face will remain the most painful. She is gone. After composing herself, she gathered up some things and left. I tried explaining, tried to tell her everything that had been happening. She didn't listen. Who would believe such a preposterous story? She simply said that she would not call the police, but if I ever attempted to contact her, she would just do that. To her, I was the aggressor, not that thing. As she left, she turned to look at me one last time and burst into tears. I know now that I have lost her forever, the woman that I loved, than anything on this earth thinks I'm a violent, hideous human being. If only she could have understood that whatever did this was not human, and if ever it was, I had long since abandoned its nature. It was 5 a.m. when Mary left me. It's 9 a.m. now. I'm sitting here, cold, light, with the day of my kitchen table, writing off there had been record that had transpired, so the people know, so that Mary knows, that whatever happened, whatever occurs from here on, what is despised creature in childhood, cursed narrow rooms of those years ago, ranted misery down to me upon us, and despise the sentiments. I could easily sit in mourning in the loss of the relationship of Mary, and allow myself to overcome the fears of nothing but simply cannot do. I can hear the laughter of the neighbors' children outside. As different stages of life, I remember the same feeling of joy, happiness, and something simply plain. The friends climbing the trees and kissing the woman you love, and drifting as you sleep as the bedtime dreams, as it could be the safety of the happy family. Memories, only memories of fear, self-experience. Happiness again, the thing that broke me, but I'm resolute. The hitting wench at the store. Everything desired to me, I allowed to harness another person, invade another child's life, and did to my, in those years I must leave. But to you all now, there is much done to get to dark. Before it returns, my plans are made, and love without any luck I will succeed. I wish I could say, I could speak again, but I think it is unlikely. I hope you understand that must be done, because tonight, I'm gonna kill it. Part 5, Sleep Tight. Alright, it's gonna be a while. And also, sorry if you hear all of the people talking. You're not supposed to. It's just responsible time. I don't know why people are here. Usually people are asleep by this time. People came over for no reason. I'm shaking as I write this. I was released by the police less than 2 hours ago, and I am compelled to record the events of the last day and night as quickly as accuracy as possible. In some ways I want to forget, but I am not, but I cannot. I know that I should not, for my own sanity. I must divulge what happened as far as too important. Should I ever allow myself to sway by mechanical, rational nature? The world, once again, these words would serve to remind me that this unseen is both mysterious and frightening. After Mary left, I knew that I was lost to her forever. Rather than be consumed by depression of inaction, I was reinvigorated by one purpose, my one thought, my one idea that I knew I had to carry out. I had to destroy that thing, for I did not allow the chance it may one day hurt the loved ones or desecrate the innocence of another child. I also knew that I faced death, but the feeling that I had already lost everything. It was but a small price to pay. I had said that vengeance is a dish best served cold, but having waited my entire adult life to get rid of that thing, its memory, the shadow cast upon me, I melted the proposition of killing this fiend, the corruption, the perverted force. With a smile on my face, the night would be dead, even if I would drag it on to hell with me. Busying myself for the next few hours, I packed a bag, wrote a letter, Mary and my family explaining what had happened, and that they weren't to blame. I phoned my mother and father for my brother and hear their words one last time, and I did not let on that I thought that I may speak to him again. My mother's intuition led her to ask me if everything was all right. I smiled and told her I loved her before reluctantly saying goodbye. At 7 o'clock, I made my way to the car. The sun had already set on the streets, seemingly eerily quiet. The scene was unattended funeral. I sat in the driver's seat, leaving the door on the other side open, awaiting the most unwelcome passenger. By 9 p.m., nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The place remained deserted, and night cold air flowing through the open door was beginning to bite. As I sat there, contemplating echoes through my mind, I rummaged the nature of cadaverous parasite. One question rose in the sea of thoughts, towering above all else, unmoving and unconscious. Can you kill something that is already dead? I did not know it was the thing that was in the grave in some unholy spectre, which could be considered alive by some way. I was reevaluating my plan. It was subtle first and small, almost indistinguishable shift in suspicion of the car. Had I have another circumstance, I would have put it down, gust of winds pushing against the chassis. But I was all too familiar with that feeling of all those years ago, as the bunk bed would shift slightly and then climbing onto the bottom bed. I knew the foul calling card. The air grew denser and I contaminated by some nearby corpse. It was the car with me. Unseen, yes, but nonetheless, as I heard the slightest whispers beneath the back seat, I leaned over and calmly closed the back seat door. As the key turned the ignition, I pulled to a street. I could have sworn I heard the quiet and distinct man snicker, as I something mocking me. Did it know that what I had planned for it? Our destination was not far, but it roamed hills throughout our taken country roads, penetrated, rose up, distinguished with regularity, a stark reminder of the ominous isolation of night, occasion of the way, hear something from behind. I refused to look at that thing in the dark patience, and it would not be long before I could confront it. The irony hit me. I was worried about scaring it off, the same thing which would terrify me and torturing me as a child. I had the resilience that drove carefully and calmly through the countryside, swamped by darkness, hoping that my unearthly passenger would not suspect me. I arrived. The wheels of the car struggled and slid on the way as I headed towards the narrow country roads. The landscape which opened up and now looked as broken rotting trees around me. I felt the fitting come from the bleak place in the cold night to destroy that bleakest of things. The land suddenly came to abrupt end. The cliff edge in the cold quandary. Looking deep into the black waters of the lake below, the cliff edge and the relatively flat and fact of the time housed the roads and the subside of the lakes decades earlier. Local kids would tell stories of the vengeful ghosts that killed during the subsidence. But they were just stories, or perhaps they weren't. The past I can disregard such tales, but who would believe mine if I told it to them now? I switched the engine off and parked several meters away, and the cliff edge, switching off the lights and composed myself as would come. I sat in the car as it seemed lifetime, as the company's given with occasional splash of water against the cliff below. I waited. This thing was smart. There was no doubt that it toyed with me, relishing in the pain and torment that caused only something, a cold frozen intellect could, for the reason I knew, was suspecting me. And perhaps even flee if I brought the car close to the cliff edge. I could wait for it to attack, let it flee, let it file, let it gorge itself on me. Perhaps then they would notice I slowly plunged the car in the icy water below. I was to drown the bastard. I had appraised the potential consequences in my head and reasoned that there could be a singular moment, that I could slim opportunity to escape the car just before I reached the edge. Mary and I used to go occasionally a place to be together, away. It looked like nearly as stark during a summer day. I therefore the place to mind, I knew it well, drop at least 30 feet in depths below. I did not want to be in that car as it hit the water, nor trapped inside with that abomination. I waited, and I heard it slowly at first. It increased the rate of volume and rasping and wheezing, breathing from behind. Strangely, it sounded more labored than before. Each breath a struggle filled with fluid, rotten and decay. A shiver ran down my spine. A rank, foul smell began to fill the air. The breath drew closer from behind. My heart began to race. Beating hard and fast, I looked up and saw the windscreen begin to ice up from inside. I could see my breath, a natural thing indeed. It was unnatural. With the breath visibly moving across my face and side, I wanted to cry. I wanted to leave, run tonight, but I had to stay. I could not allow it to escape. It was sitting in the passenger seat. I was staring at it, and it at me, hunched over, covered in darkness, contorted, gaunt, hands seized the fighting rigor mortis. It slowly moved towards me. One bony leg cracked and groaned as it slid over my lap and into the other side. Oh God, it's sitting on me. It pulled itself close to me, and through the shattered light provided by the moon, I saw its face. Skin-hung, jagged figures, glassy eyes, stared me and grin spread up through its face, unnatural wide, result of a half-rotten flesh. Exposed the rotten muscles, broken teeth, sinews, and rancid smile beneath. Pulling closer, it opened its mouth and revealing wet, putrid tongue, which could be seen throughout the missing jaw, wheezing, breathing heavily. A fowl which would be stung by eyes and filled with the mouth elicited the response which I wrenched. My body attempted to expel its poisonous fumes as I did, and stopped for a moment and crackled to myself, happy, content, staring at its icy cold eyes, and yet gave an impression of affection, an increasingly weak old man. It's still incredibly strong, but it seemed as though it had lost some of its potency. Perhaps even the enlonged room had somewhat affected it. Its long, protruding fingers caressed my face, and then, as it showed of latent, it struck one of its deep into my shoulders. I screamed as it bent and twisted inside of me. The rotten fiend had moved its finger, causing the maximum amount of damage pain it would. As the other hand swept down against my body, it touched me. It was time. With my free arm, I turned the ignition, and through my shoulder I was pinned to the seat. I managed to fight the pain with the car and the gears and took off as fast as I could. The creature flailed and screamed. It attempted climbed over to the back seat, but I held it with all my strength. It thought that it would of what it did to Mary, enough to fuel my anger. We raced towards the edge of the cliff that the driver's door frantically as near the icy plunge. I screamed in anger as it festered rancid face and pushed it off me. It scrambled to the back seats in dear life. I scrambled to mine, unlocking the doors. It was too late. The car carried. Alright, there's no audio for me to speak over. I will now put on some music. What is this? Alright. What was I? It's scrambled. No, I already read that. So not scrambled. Where am I? It scrambled to the back seat for dear life. I scrambled for mine to unlock in the car door. It was too late. The car carried over the cliff and faced, and before I knew it, we hit the dark water, splitting the black glass-like surface. And tremendous force, I could have died then. But as the airbag took the blunt force of the impact, as though I still managed to scrape my head across the doorframe. Dazed, I looked around. The sound that I heard coming from that thing was maldeformed yet familiar, the squeak of a demonic child. Soon gave way, the anguish of rage and ancient intelligence, which knew the face almost certain death. The water was frozen and poured through now twisted open car door, and with force that it winded me. I gasped for air and unwilling prey now did. It writhed and twisted as it looked for an instant. Spying the open door, it pulled itself through the water towards me. I curled up my fist and smashed it. This thing's face, pierced, rotten, flaked off under the impact of the dark water oozed. The resulting wound, again, it attempted to get past me. I knew it would keep it in the car as long enough. It would drown, but I would have to die with it. I felt numb as the frozen water slipped into my chin. My heart struggled against the cold and suddenly surged. I was submerged and had breath in my last. I held my breath, but only to compose and ready myself for the icy, suffocating death. I hoped that I could not be painful. My thoughts returned to Mary and my family. a all-consuming sense of sadness and despair overwhelming me. But I struggled with that thing trying to get past me. That thing through the door, grabbing and failing my arms. I looked down and saw it. Its leg was trapped between the dashboard floor and the car, and the impact as it fall. Although I could move, I could not leave. I turned immediately to the door. I could barely see but a foot in front of me in the black water. But it was though moonlight and lights my way. But I got the door and wrenched it, grabbed hold, and pulled it back into me. It was given up hope of escaping, but it wanted to drown me with it. We fought for what felt like ages. In the cold bitter grave, the car slowly sank deeper and deeper into the darkness. I could now feel my body pleading with me to take a breath, to exhale for the last of air, and exhale the frozen water. I'm glad to say I used my wits to get out of my horrible fate. Orientating my body, I pushed my feet against the dashboard with enough force to the last escape of slippery grasp. I do not remember much else. The bar anguish of hate-filled screams of my tormentor let out. I let out and died in the bottom of the icy lake. I found myself walking across the wilderness, cold, wet, but alive. The wound on my shoulder slowly slowing me down. But I kept bleeding to the bay, applying pressure. It was on the other hand that it took 2 more hours to walk home. I was amazed that I did not collapse from exhaustion or hypothermia. It was just a familiar sight of streets I live in. I was filled with a sense of accomplishment, a sense of pride and triumph. I had beaten the thing that once and for all. That was until I inside the house and found a trail of large, wet footprints leading from the door to my bed. Disbelief took me. Despair was so sharp, overwhelming, that I was unable to convey its mere words. It was lying on the bed, waiting for my white sheet to cover its emaciated body from sight. The human mind, it wondrous thing. Just as you believe your body has reached the level of exhaustion it cannot recover from, and that your emotions are frail, afraid that you can feel that cannot continue. A thought springs a miraculous of weary mind. Let it rest for now. I quietly crept through the dark and picked up my wallet, which I had left at the small coffee table in the center of the room. Leaving the door unlocked, I left to attend the new plan and returned an hour later. With a moment's preparation, I slipped into a spare room. There I laid in an unsullied bed, waiting. I was sure it was in the end game, that instead of toying with me, it would come to kill me. How it would escape to the watery grave, I did not know, but I would be damned if it would escape again. I would only hope that it would sense me from the other room. I closed my eyes, pretended to be sound asleep. Time lumbered outwards. Although I fought it, exhaustion finally took me, sending me to deep slumber. I woke with its hand around my neck. It coughed, sputtered on top of me. A rancid black liquid dripped its face, it's oozing from its facial wounds. I struggled, gasped for air, and hoping I had strength for me to escape its grasp, but it's too strong, and my hands could not grip its sense of conviction. As it sensed me dripping wet from the pledge of the lake, it may have seen the rationale at this time, but at the vision dimmed, the last light of consciousness extinguished within me. As I did many animals in their last moments, I played dead, lying motionless, holding my breath. It shook me violently from the neck and it released me. I waited for the moment, the last moment, to destroy the thing. The labored breathing relaxed slightly and seemed to stare almost quizzically. I waited still and shifted weight, which might have let me throw it out to the ground. Leaning down close to me, a wetting crumble sneer puckered, gathering its putrid saliva in my mouth, and in what's left my cheeks I showed utter contempt for the living and the dead. It spat its festering fluid in my face, the remains dripped down to me, though a hole in its jaw. I wanted to scream, to do anything to remote such vile smear in my face, but I dared move. Its time was not right. Leaning closer, I prodded and scratched in the wounds in my shoulder, and the pain sneered through my body. With my resilience, I remained motionless. Then I slowed and patiently slid two of its long, disdained fingers into my mouth. The taste was overwhelming, rancid, rotten, dead. The arthritic clicking of knuckles shook as my resolve. As it ached back in glee, it suddenly pushed its fingers down deep within my throat. I gagged on instinct reaction. Instead of being shocked, I gargled, laughed, emanate from its broken teeth. As it thrusted its fingers deeper into my mouth, I felt cold, harsh flesh scraping against my inside of my throat, playing without my words for it to stop. In the darkest moments, we sometimes find true strength. I rolled my upside using my weight against finally managed to break free. I fell into the floor, its long reach, grasping my feet. I kicked and screamed. The last was free. I stared at me for only a moment, rising to the top of the bed, its brittle bones cracking under the force. It was towered into a gaunt, ready to pounce. Once I was a child, I had been a victim. It had terrorized me, taken my innocence, attacked Mary, and broken my life. I would not stand it anymore. Okay. Sometimes the most dangerous prey is the one that who cannot let out think you, the one that lulls you into a false sense of dominance and security, the one who's conquered any fear of you with the sense of anger and betrayal, had fallen for my trap and convinced by logic and reason and understanding the world through the eyes of scientific method. Fire cleanses all. As it groaned, screeched, cracked, and controlled, ready itself to pounce in one swift motion, I removed the blanket to the floor, revealing the bucket filled with gasoline. I had brought it to the short time in preparation. I threw it hard as I could, the liquid splashing over it. Horror in the bed. I grinned. He grinned at me, mocking my very existence, making light of the pain and agony it was caused. From my pocket, I reached out a lighter, lit it, and threw it into the wretched thing. It writhed, screamed in agony, parts of its flesh crumbling away, staring at nothing in front of my eyes. I almost felt sorry for it, and let it burn. The fire had got out of hand. Thankfully, neighbor heard screams and saw the smoke calling the fire brigade. I remember nothing of how I escaped. I spent several hours in a hospital, being treated for light smoke inhalation and painful burns in my hands. It still hurts as I type, but the many superficial wounds that they heal. Perhaps there are a few scars, but I live with that. The police arrested me shortly afterwards, believing me a murderer. They suspected I killed someone in that fire and that I'm entirely suspicious, and I have deep wounds in my shoulder and scratches of my body. I have been told that I cannot stay far from the case. They wish to ask me further questions, but they can ask away. I doubt they'll believe my answers. They found no remains and nor evidence of someone else in there, bar a strange outlined finger etched deep in my bed in the wall. It looked like as though whatever had been there attempted to escape, but did not think it accomplished it. A weight was now lifted with my shoulders, one which I realized was always there, since I was a child in fact. I believed that this thing had an effect on me even from a distance, and now it was gone. I felt whole again. I was devastated that I've lost Mary, my house, and was written off as probably charged with arson, and realized I started a fire, which meant I could kiss goodbye any insurance claims. My hands ached with my shoulder, my spirit does not. I am writing with this in my hotel room. It's small and unassuming, and it will suit my purpose. Tonight I intend to sleep and dream, as I did as a child, before the wrench invaded my life. What the fuck are you doing? You scared me. A while ago, what the fuck?
Why you sound like that?
Nah, I'm reading. I believe it was my rationale which saved me. My logical thoughts which allowed me to destroy such evil, and I never escaped the conclusion, which is much more life beyond the well, out where the darkness is in the world I have seen and do not care to revisit. But tonight I will rest, and tomorrow I will build my life again, with the confidence that my unwelcome guest will gone forever. I can feel it. I know it. It will take time for me to adjust, and perhaps my mind will play a trick or two. Along the way, it was difficult to abandon a paranoia of a lifetime. I must learn to accept the safety once again. I refuse to look over my shoulder for the rest of my days. I will always be cautious, as I was when I was in the hospital in the morning, lying in bed in the quiet ward. I thought I felt the bed shake for the briefest of moments, but I know that was just my imagination. I'm glad I've written down my experiences. It has illuminated much about myself to me, and most important, should anyone ever, God forbid, find themselves in a similar situation, then maybe you will know what to do. Now, it is bedtime, and I must rest for I have an unknown weirdness about this. Good night, and sleep tight. And that was Bedtime by Michael Whitehouse. And from here, and then the stream, or not, since they're not gonna stop talking anytime soon. I could read a couple more stories. Oh my god, that is okay, that's not that long. Okay, I can read that. How long can I read? Wait, look, you see this? This is boom. Okay, this one is short. It's called The Well. Doesn't say by who, but it is The Well. My grandfather grew up in the chicken farm outside the Kharkov, Poland. He passed away a few years ago in the age of 82. A few days before his passing on due to aggravation form of the stomach cancer, he sat me down next to him in the old rocking chair and said his familiar Polish accent, "After I took in the boat to New York, I promised I would leave the story behind." He didn't look up as he spoke to me, simply staring at the cup of black coffee. "It's been 17 years, and I must tell someone before I meet God. I was born in a small, quaint, empty town, which I despised. The Nazi occupation still functioned. We lived in 2-bedroom farmhouse. My father, mother, and my brother Michael, and Igor. I'm sorry to have met any of them. Sorry I never got to meet any of them. Anyhow, Michael and Igor were twins, identical twins actually, and they have heard rumors of the Nazi fascination of identical twins. This forced us to be even more reserved. Even though we already lived in secluded parts of the country, we had last occupied house in town. In order to avoid going to the occupied towns, we basically ate only chicken and eggs for every meal, and whatever else Mama could gather in the garden. It was lonely, but we survived. The thing that was most difficult for me was the fact that I had to sleep in the basement. Due to Michael and Igor being toddlers, they required my father and mother's attention. The basement was cold, and it was only a small window, and the moonlight was the only light I got. Because of this, I always laid going down there until the absolute exhaustion, so I wouldn't have to lie there awake on the nights where I couldn't manage to sleep. I would look out the window, which gave me a small view of the garden and the large abandoned water well. It was my daily activity throughout the lovely war-torn nights. In general, I was bored and uneventful, and occasionally I would catch a glimpse of my family, or even a man or two lovers sneaking their way throughout the garden up the front door, where they would always rush frightened and sometimes more tattered uniforms. They would always follow, and horrible sounds, banging and pleading for whoever lived there to open up, followed by arguments between father and mother over whether they should let them in. He moved the chair and adjusted himself. "You see, son, we don't know if, well, at least I didn't, that we live fairly close to Auschwitz concentration camp, and those people were escapees." "Well, did your father let them in?" I asked impatiently. "No," he said. "I would have been a death sentence for them as well for us. The Nazis didn't like Poles, but they tolerated us, and it was easier to hide Michael and Igor than the entire family. My family did what they had to do in order to keep his family alive. As the war went on, fewer and fewer people began showing up to the nights of the night. This was about the time that chicken and vegetables began to disappear, losing the only source of food. Would not have been tolerable at this point. My father suspected it was the escapees, so they built a fence around the property. Despite this, the chickens continued to disappear. They weren't killed. They were simply gone, just vanished from the cage and pens. One night I decided to stay up and myself in order to see what was happening. I batted and tiresome until the wee hours of the morning. Despite the poor lighting and rain, I caught a glimpse of what seemed to be a humanoid run across the garden. I rushed upstairs to my father and ran outside with a knife, the best home defense weapon we could afford. But we found nothing, no one. The next day we found something
although footprints lead to chicken cages to water well, but it was made in a wet muddy in the rain. There were bare feet, no shoes, no socks, just feet. My father had mercy on the man who was trying to find refuge and let him a note, indicating that he had 2 days to leave and that he would begin to seal the well. I waited impatiently for the grandfather to tell me of the fate of the man. The following night, I got the idea of blanket down the well to the man since winter was creeping in. I waited until my parents asleep and I snuck outside. I shouted something friendly down the well. I indicated the poor man that the intentions were benign and I began to descend. I clinged my hands, foot, and pegs attached stones. As I neared the bottom, I smelled something absolutely horrific. As I pulled my father's flashlight from my pocket, I tried to shine it on the man. It was when I came to realization as just how large the well was, having been used to supply water the entire town. In the families in the past, families no longer remained, but I found no man, only a hole, a gap in the stone where the wall had collapsed, opening. Some type of crevice were 2 meters wide, 3 meters deep, and tall. Inside sat not a man, but an entire family, which not only single skeleton-like creature survived. The light reflected off the sunken eyes and grayish skin. Blood covered their face, and chicken carcasses ensouled everywhere. A pile of composed poultry inside the woman. I suspected of her and her son, daughter, and children who wouldn't have been much more than 5 years old, and it seemed to have been dead for weeks. The man, if he even could be called that, was gazing at the light, and I stared back, incapable of breaking their stare. Did not feel threatened by him, or his lack of aggression whatsoever. He simply scrounged motionlessly, without a sound, next to purified bodies. His loved ones and the chicken must have been the source of water, and meat was uneaten. It was empty, devoid of whatever makes us human. He should have realized the members of his family had died long ago, but he was still bringing food for their corpses. He can accept it. He finally turned his head, although when I had shone the light back into the corpse of his daughter, he stared at her and sat down close to her, looking to a vigil. "You can leave now," he said to him. "I'll open the gate so you can escape. My father will unseal the well in the morning. Please leave now." My young voice and advice seemed to have no effect on him. That moment I decided it would be better if I just climbed back up the well and leave and hope the man would follow and escape. As I began to climb, I shone the light at him one final time. "What did you see, Grandpa?" I shuddered. I saw a tear fall from his eye. He had become a man once again. He was only able to break free from the delusion after seeing the body of his daughter, which was until that time been obscured in darkness. He realized that he had been bringing food not to his family but to corpses. The nights it rained again. In the morning, my father returned to seal the well. Footprints. I found no footprints in it. Oh shit, did he die? I think he died. Alright. I'm read Mommy Sleeps in the Basement, written by Haley Hendershot. Speak louder, please. I put my hands up next to my ear from the back of the room, signaling that she would need to raise her voice. She took a deep breath, and I could see anxiety turning to her cheeks beet red. As strands of blonde hair began to fall out, the same nappy and ponytail as she wore every day, she was something about so familiar, and I couldn't put my finger on it. With her face glued to the paper, too afraid to make eye contact, she was quickly spurted out. "Hi, my name is Paley Jackson, and this is my poem called My Family." Parsley was a shy little girl. In fact, she was one of the quietest students I ever had in the 10th year of teaching, which I guess was being the youngest of 11. Would do that to anyone. Surprisingly, she was very smart, unlike the rest of her siblings, who were dumber than a box of rocks. Lord of the Jackson kids were the headaches, expect the Parsley, of course. I could wish I could have given her more opportunities to improve her future. Don't get me wrong, I tried to help Parsley, I really did. I gave her clothes, food, and even had funds to line up for her. But living dirt poor in a shack out of the middle of the desert was a bad hand to be dealt in life. Besides, no one what I did, I wouldn't have made a difference. Everyone knows that the cycle of poverty is almost impossible to break. I crossed my legs and my pen in hand, prepared for yet another bland story about a family I'd never get to meet and ever worked for unprivileged kids. I'd known that the garden involved was quite rare. Even when it came to interest in the daughter's education, Parsley's parents were no exception. There was two mommies, one named Beatty and one who was good at spaghetti. I call her Mom. She's one who married to my dad. Tom named Claire. What? One named Claire, pretty yellow hair. I call her Mommy. What? Dad calls her his project, his hobby. Whoa. Okay. Being stuck dab in the middle of Utah, I've been in hundreds of polygamist families, so this doesn't strike me odd. Besides, even though polygamy is illegal, I try to keep my nose in my own business. Mom takes care of us all. She can do it because she's so tall. Mommy wears a pretty silver bracelet. She wears it because she's so famous. Wouldn't be the first time I saw kids coming up with stories about celebrity parents to add excitement to their ordinary lives. I just didn't expect it to come from Parsley. Mommy has me and Tommy. He is one of my older brothers. Mommy is a lot older. She has all the others, like Cringe. The Cringe, and that meant that one of the Parsley mothers had given birth to 9 children. I couldn't imagine going through that many pregnancies. Dad says to me, Tommy are a gift from God. He never hits us with a rod. He's a pride joy, Tommy, and he says that the only person he truly loves is Mommy. I looked up at my grade books, the line with the rod catching my attention. However, it wasn't the first time my students had accidentally reported abuse. Truth is, CPS picks and chooses who they want to help. Mommy is having another baby. She's mad Dad wants to name it Daisy. Mommy doesn't have no more kids. The last one died of SIDS. Shifting in my seat, I scribbled down the notes reminding to myself to deliver my daughter old baby clothes to the Jackson's shack. As my mother and myself, I know babies can be expensive. Dad says it's on purpose because she wanted to run off and join the circus. Mom says it's not her fault. I promised to keep a secret from me and her vault. I shook my head in sadness and how someone blamed the griefful mother for something she couldn't control. Mommy was the one what Dad chose. He watched over the school shows and joined the night. Daddy says inside her is lots of fight. Mommy is just covered. Daddy doesn't really love her. I threw my hands up and gesturing me to stop. I had taught my children, but Parsley didn't look up. He continued to read, oblivious to my disappointed frown. Obviously, one of her siblings put her up to this as a joke. What? Mommy said that she needs to get out, and she showed me the way the life was. Daddy gets mad, and the biggest pet peeve, Mommy says that they want to leave. This feels like a story. I mean, like a rhyme. Mommy sings her favorite song, Mommy says that Daddy head is wired wrong. Shaking my head, I sighed. Another child with no such potential and such kind of heart was stuck in the middle of a lover's quarrel and didn't even involve her. Last birthday, I wanted to take Mommy to see the favorite basketball team. Mom didn't make me cake with frosted buttercream. I just got to see the Knicks, and Dad said that he made a mistake he couldn't fix. Nothing's the same anymore. I don't know why for sure. Now Dad cries at night alone. Yes, God, what have I done to Mom? He no longer tends. She hopes the baby will make amends. Parsley rose her head up and smiled, looked for my approval, although I was appalled at the inappropriateness of her poem. I didn't want to break her spirit. She clearly was very proud of it, and scolding her for something that wasn't her wrongdoing was going to send the little girl back to her shell, and I'd been trying to break it for months. So instead I clapped, making the rest of the class, who was too young to understand the gravity situation, applaud too. Miss June, I brought the picture to Mommy for a class. Extra credit. I got one poem I could show class. I nodded my head, thinking they could possibly have details worse, and she already presented. Parsley reached into the front pocket and the worn me-down dress, pulled out old aching photo. She flipped the flaking photo, displayed it to me with the most prized position. My blood ran cold. I finally figured out why Parsley looked familiar to me. In what seemed like a school photograph, smiling ear to ear like Parsley, was a young woman named Clara Daisy. She was a high school student, popular with her ability to gain and the lead in every school play, and went missing without a trace 12 years ago. She was last seen leaving theater practice late at night, but when she vanished, no side struggles, no witness, no evidence, no body, nothing. Her case was covered with every news station of Utah for a while because how particular it was, until people lost interest. Parsley happily continued. I was so in shock I couldn't stop her. As she read off the back of the picture, there was one thing I don't understand, and maybe you'll have to answer at hand. If Dad loves Mommy, will never stay? Why did he treat her that way? Mom says her head is on nice soft bed, and Mommy sleeps in the basement under the big slab of cement.
Ever heard of Demon Slayer?
Yeah, why? You want to watch it?
She'll know you have a website for the movie that came out.
I need to watch the movie too.
You haven't watched it either?
I haven't watched any of the show.
Oh, no, you have to go.
I only read the manga.
I was listening, I was like, oh, no, no. Not a good one.